soon, and
All right, can you guys hear us okay?
Yes,
hear
South
you.
County can hear.
Oh, great.
Soken Central.
And we have Ms. Hernandez with us, so we have a couple of cases that we need the interpreter for.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Don't need no interpreter, right?
Martin Montejo.
Pase al frente, señor Montejo.
Sí,
Right, sir, you were here on charges of domestic violence, aggravated assault, domestic violence battery, domestic violence, false imprisonment, tampering with a witness, and 2 violations of probation.
Bien, señor, usted está aquí por cargos de violencia intrafamiliar con
Ajá.
agravantes por acecho, violencia intrafamiliar con agresión física, violencia intrafamiliar por detención ilegal y por tratar de manejar a un testigo, 2 incumplimientos de probatoria también.
Ajá.
Sir, you also have an immigration detainer.
Señor, usted también tiene una orden de detención por parte de inmigración.
Ajá.
On the charge of domestic violence battery, your bond amount will be $2,000. As to the other 3 charges, your bond amount will be $10,000.
En cuanto al cargo de violencia intrafamiliar con agresión física, su fianza es de $2,000 y en cuanto a los otros 3 cargos, su cantidad de fianza será de $10,000.
If you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following.
Si usted puede salir de la cárcel mediante pago de fianza, usted tendrá que cumplir con las siguientes condiciones.
Sí, sí lo cumplo.
Yes, I will comply.
Ya,
That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition.
Se le prohíbe usar, poseer o portar armas de fuego, armas blancas, cuchillos o munición.
You
no,
would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition.
Se le prohíbe usar o poseer o portar armas de fuego, armas blancas, cuchillos o munición.
no, nada de eso.
No, nothing like that.
That you would have no contact with the alleged victim except within 48 hours of release. You may go back to the residence accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items.
Se le prohíbe tener cualquier tipo de contacto o comunicación con la supuesta víctima, excepto dentro de las siguientes 48 horas después de su liberación, en las que podrá regresar a esa residencia solamente por una vez, acompañado por parte de un oficial del orden público para recoger algunos efectos personales.
Ok,
Sir,
está
you use the
bueno.
service of the
Okay,
public
that's
defender.
Ya.
Señor, ¿quiere usted los servicios del abogado de oficio?
Sí,
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Voy a nombrarle al abogado de oficio para que lo represente, señor. Buena suerte.
ok, igual.
Okay, thank you. Same to you.
Ashma Morales.
Nashma Morales.
Ma'am, you're here on charges of burglary with assault or battery therein and criminal mischief. State.
Usted está aquí por cargos de allanamiento con acometimiento o con agresión física. ¿Fiscal?
Your Honor, regarding the burglary with assault or battery charge,
En cuanto al cargo de allanamiento con acometimiento o con agresión física, su señoría,
as that is a first-degree felony punishable by life,
ya que este es un delito mayor del primer grado sancionable por vida,
state is requesting that the defendant be held no bond.
la Fiscalía solicita que a la acusada se le mantenga detenida sin fianza.
As to the charge of burglary with assault or battery, therein the defendant will be held no bond. As to the criminal mischief charge, the bond amount will be $5,000. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
En cuanto al cargo de violencia intrafamiliar, con allanamiento con violencia intrafamiliar o con acometimiento, su fianza es de no tiene fianza, y en el de daños a propiedad ajena es de $5,000. ¿Tiene usted un abogado de oficio, señora?
Sí.
Yes, I do.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Could you give me your last name, please?
Voy a nombrarle al abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Por favor, ¿me da su apellido?
¿El del abogado? ¿O el mío?
El suyo.
Ok, Morales Nieves.
Morales Nieves.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Muy bien, gracias, señora.
Gracias.
De nada. You're welcome.
And did we have anyone else that needs a Spanish interpreter?
¿Hay alguna otra persona que necesite intérprete en español?
All right, we did have someone indicating they needed a Creole interpreter. Do we have a Creole interpreter today?
Not that the interpreter is aware of, Your Honor, but I can find out.
Okay, if you would, please. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. May I have the name of the person who needs the Creole interpreter?
It is Gary St. Louis.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. The interpreter's office will try to contact one.
All right,
Thank you. You're welcome, Your Honor.
We have an attorney on, Keith Vance, PA.
Well, it won't take long to get to them. All right, if the bailiff would everyone stand up and be sworn in, please.
Rise and raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so say I do. I do.
All right, folks, have a seat. You are here for first appearance. My name is Bob Grode. When your name's called, come forward. We're going to talk about a few things. First, I'm going to ask you if you need the service of the public defender. If your answer is anything other than no, then we'll talk about your financial situation to determine if you qualify for the public defender. Next, we will look at your charges to see if there is probable cause, and if there is, we'll determine any appropriate release or bond conditions. Please do not talk about the facts of your case in any way whatsoever. And we do have a gentleman in court with us today. What is your name, sir?
Lyndon Stewart.
All right, Mr. Stewart is here on a charge of battery on intention employee. Your bond is $5,000 for that charge. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
And I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we will begin with South County. Christopher Cortez. Mr. Cortez is here on charges of introduction of contraband to a detention facility. The bond amount is $5,000. Do you have the public defender for your other cases?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender for this case as well. Good luck, sir. Kenneth DeVoe.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I have a couple of stipulations with the state. He is charged with 3 different counts of paraphernalia, but on 2 of those paraphernalias there is no probable cause, and he should be released in his own recognizance on 2 out of the 3 counts. And also, there is no probable cause, and he should be ROR'd on the committing a 3rd-degree felony with weapon, because that's actually not a charge. That's a reclassification statute. It's not even a charge.
I only have 2 paraphernalias on my paper.
There's a new bookend sheet, I believe, that I got later. It has the 3 counts.
Yeah, the clerk has 3. You have 3. I have 2.
There's a new booking sheet that came in later
Ah,
at 9:20 that has all 3 on it.
sure.
It stays in agreement with that, Your Honor.
All right. So as it relates to,
So I do want to waive the reading of one of the charges, Your Honor.
as to the first charge of possession of drug paraphernalia, the bond amount will be $1,000. As to the other 2, the defendant will be released on his own recognizance. Then the committing a 3rd-degree felony with a weapon, we'll just call that an ROR as well. Then possession of cannabis with intent to sell, the bond amount will be $5,000. Possession of a structure or vehicle for trafficking in drugs, the bond amount will be $10,000. And state as to the other count?
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on the remaining charge, this is a motion for pretrial detention. Should Your Honor find this motion to be legally and facially sufficient, the state would request a pretrial detention hearing to be set next Monday. I believe that would be the 6th at 1 p.m. on the A2 docket.
All right. That motion is well taken. As to that charge, the defendant will be held no bond. I believe these were results of a capias signed by the Honorable Judge Bob Grody. So there are conditions of release, which would include, what did he put down there? I never can read this stuff. Do not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. No contact with the alleged victim, and stay at least 500 feet away from the alleged victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Mr. DeVoe, we went over a lot of stuff there. Do you have any questions about the release conditions?
Yes, sir. I heard that I didn't get a.
Hold on. Number one, make sure it's a question, and number
Yes,
two, it's a question about the release conditions.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Never mind. I don't want to aggravate you.
All right, then I have another question for you. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right,
But
I will appoint the
I have
public
a.
defender to represent you.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, sir.
I don't have a bond. No bond?
Daniel Farringer?
Here, Your Honor.
Of felony battery with a bond of $10,000, resisting officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and then possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Carlos Llanos Cruz?
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of all of his violation of probation charges.
All right, there are 6 of them, and you will be held no bond on those charges. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Nathan Reeder?
Sir.
Mr. Reeder, you're here on charges of violation of injunction for protection, domestic violence battery, and a violation of pretrial release conditions. As to the charges, the bond will be $5,000 each. If you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Additionally, you're currently out on bond on 26 CF 4559, and that bond will be revoked. You will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Sir, can I ask one question?
No, sir. Derek Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez is here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause. The bond amount will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir. I have a question.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Did we have someone else in South County?
Yes, sir, we have 2 more for your names.
Steve Nichols.
Steve Nichols. All right, sir, you're on a charge of driving while license suspended. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No, I do not, sir.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Simon James.
All right, Mr. James is here on a charge of petty theft. The bond amount is $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that should be everyone at South, so we will move to the females at Central, beginning with Nicole Beauregard. Is that you, ma'am? You guys are muted. All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Caroline, it's hard for me to read the last name. How do you say the last name?
Kanyamari.
Leonard Sanderson Public Defender's Office. She's charged with 10 first-degree misdemeanors and 1 second-degree misdemeanor, and I do want to waive the reading of all those charges.
All right. Well, the bond will be $1,000 as to each of the first-degree misdemeanors, and then $250 as to the second-degree misdemeanor. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there a bond, a warrant on this?
No.
Okay.
No, she just has previous PTR, but there's no special condition.
Okay. Then, as in this case, you'll also be placed on pretrial release with the added condition that you have no contact with any animals. Good luck, ma'am.
Okay.
Samantha Lark?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're here on charges of domestic violence battery with a prior conviction, domestic violence attempted threat to do violence. The bond for each of those will be $5,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 40 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Miranda Martin?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're here on charges of violation of financial responsibility laws with a bond of $250, driving while license suspended or revoked with a bond of $1,000, and 2 violations of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Alexis Powell?
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. She's been recommended for straight pretrial release, so I was going to ask for that also.
All right, and I do see that. All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. You are recommended for straight pretrial release, which means you wouldn't have to post a bond, but you would be supervised by pretrial release, and you would have to abide by all the conditions of pretrial release, which would include that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items, as well as make sure you show up for all court dates and follow all directions from the court. Ma'am, can you promise me you'll do those things?
Yes.
All right, then we'll show this going to straight pretrial release. Next, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ashley Pride?
Yes.
And you're here on an allegation of a violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service? Oh, I'm sorry. Judge Harb filed this capias and says that you are to be released on your own recognizance as to this charge, which I guess means you're going to need to contact somebody to find out what your next court date's going to be. Actually, it's going to be July 27th at 8:30 in the morning with Judge Harb. So you're going to be released on your own recognizance pursuant to that warrant. Do you want the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Demoleta Sanchez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're here on an allegation of a violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
I do have a question, Your Honor.
No, ma'am. Jada Simpkins?
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. She's been recommended for straight pretrial release. You can ask for that also.
All right, and I see that as well. So, ma'am, you are recommended for straight pretrial release, which means if you agree to follow all the directions of the court and pretrial release, you can be released without having to post a bond. Those conditions would include that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Additionally, you would abide by all conditions of the court and pretrial release and show up for all your court dates. Can you promise me you'll do those things?
Yes, sir.
We will show this going straight pretrial release. And do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Rose Saint-Ville?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked. Interestingly, you have an open case, 26 CT 4399, which apparently you went to court for yesterday on the exact same charge. So, as it relates to this charge, your bond amount will be $1,000. Additionally, you'll be placed on pretrial release with the following conditions: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would not drive any vehicle of any kind at any time for any reason whatsoever while you're on pretrial release. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Courtney Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, you're here on charges of grand theft and use or possession of ID of another person with bond of $5,000 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Oh, hold on a minute. Ma'am, come back, please. Can you pull up the warrant for me? All right, ma'am. Pursuant to the warrant signed by the Honorable Judge Allison Taylor, you're also going to be placed on pretrial release with the following condition: that you have no contact with the alleged victim, including staying at least 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, that should be all the females. We'll move to the males, beginning with Christopher Burley. Is that you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Burley, you're here as a result of a warrant for failure to appear.
Yes, Your Honor. My public defender advised me that I didn't need to show up for that. I actually had taken the day off for both court dates, spoke to her the Friday before for the first time. She told me that she hadn't gotten the discovery yet and that she was going to get a motion for continuance, and that I didn't need to be there, and that if I needed to work, I should. So that was the only reason I missed it, sir. And I swear to you, I will never listen to another lawyer tell me I don't have to go to court. Even if they say so, I'm going to show up.
All right, sir. Your bond amount is $2,000, and apparently you already have the public defender representing you. Good luck.
Yes, sir.
James Carlson.
He's medically unable to appear today.
That's what he said tomorrow.
Adam Croft.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Croft, you were here with a violation of probation out of Dixie County, and then 3 out of Manatee County, and then charges of domestic violence battery with a prior conviction, domestic violence battery by strangulation, and false imprisonment. As to those 3 charges, your bond amount will be $10,000 each, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. As it relates to the Polk County cases, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir. What about the violation of probation?
I will appoint the public defender for the Polk County cases. Now, the violation of probation, you'll have to wait till you're done here, and then they'll take you to either Dixie or Manatee.
So
Good luck.
could I bond out here?
You need to talk to your attorney about that. Rafael Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
So you're here on 2 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, I do.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Brady Lanahan.
Unable to appear due to medical.
All right. How about Matthew Methot?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I do have some probable cause challenges on this. I'm challenging the forging, altering the vehicle tag sticker. I don't see any allegations that anything was altered or changed in the report. I'm also challenging the tampering with physical evidence. I don't understand where that charge came from either. I don't see that anything was tampered with, which only leaves the grand theft charge.
State?
At this time, Your Honor, State is not seeking 24 hours to correct the affidavit. However, based on his open case, the State is requesting a Parker hold.
All right. Well, as it relates to the charge of tampering with physical evidence and forging or altering a vehicle tag or sticker, the defendant will be released on his own recognizance. As to the charge of grand theft, the bond amount will be $5,000. And then we have 26 CT 4743 and 4741. Currently, the defendant is out on bond on those charges. Pursuant to Parker v. State, the defendant will be held no bond on those charges. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Javoski Pittman, is that the next case? Who did I miss?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Javoski.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office for Mr. Pittman. I do have a stipulation with the state regarding the trespass posted horticulture property charge, that there should be probable cause for a lesser charge of trespass on property other than structure or conveyance, which is a first-degree misdemeanor, not a felony.
Understood. All right, sir, so you're here on charges of unburglary of an unoccupied dwelling with a bond of $5,000, resisting an officer without violence, trespassing, and theft of utility services with a bond of $1,000 each, and then petty theft with a bond of $250. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Now, who did I miss? What's your name, sir?
Neil.
Devontae Neal?
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. I don't know if it's cleared up, but he is not on probation in the felony.
No, all I marked those through. All I
Okay,
have
yeah.
is the possession of firearms.
He was never on probation, at least for one of them.
All right, sir, you're on charge of possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Your bond amount will be $5,000 on that. Additionally, you're apparently on probation in 25 MM 8596. I will prepare and stamp your warrant. You will be held no bond on the violation of probation. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Yes.
There was also an add-on for a misdemeanor case. This one just got
We were just talking about he's not on probation.
He's not on probation on the felony BOP cases.
The misdemeanor case that you just instated, they added it on, we got an email saying to add it on for the 25.
I think there was an email said to take that off, but if not, I would ask for ROR on all the felony BOP charges because he wasn't on probation.
Yeah, they're not talking about that. They're talking about a misdemeanor.
Yeah, the misdemeanor.
Oh, the one we just talked about?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he's being held no bond. Thank you, sir. Jeremy Reed?
Yes, sir.
Reed, you were here on 4 counts of dealing in stolen property. Your bond for each of those will be $10,000. Do you have and the public defender's previously been appointed? Good luck, sir. Is David Thorson the next one we have?
Yes.
Did I hear that right?
All right, Mr. Thorson, you were here on 3 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond, and then indecent nudity with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Sayignon Vix?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of domestic violence, aggravated stalking, written threat to kill or injure, and unlawful use of a two-way communication device. State wish to be heard.
Regarding pretrial release conditions, Your Honor.
Sir, your bond amount will be $1,000 as to the first 2 charges, $5,000 as to the last charge. Additionally, you'll be placed on pretrial release. There are
And,
conditions.
Your Honor, apologies. It's aggravated stalking, it would be a felony, not a
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, that's $5,000 then. And
Could you say the bonds again? I apologize.
$5,000, $1,000, and $5,000.
Your Honor, state would request a reconsideration on the written threats. I believe that's in F2.
Oh, then that'll be $10,000. Thank you. And conditions of pretrial release would include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, other than you may return within 40 hours of release accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. You would be subject to GPS monitoring, house arrest conditions, all exceptions allowed. And do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck.
Thank you.
The interpreter just called and said that the Creole interpreter should be on.
All right. Do we have the Creole interpreter with us? Êtes-vous ici, monsieur? All right, then we will have to have that demand tomorrow. Anything else in South County?
That's it for now, Your Honor.
Oh, Central, thank you.
All
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You don't think it's on there, right?
This is a hearing of the
Good morning, Mr. Interpreter. If you can just unmute and confirm that you hear us.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Your Honor. This is your Bengali interpreter, and my name is Rohan.
Perfect, thank you. We're getting to get started, all right?
Okay.
Good morning. We're going to begin with the interpreter's oath. Mr. Interpreter, could you please raise your right hand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear and solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to begin. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Williams, and today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026.
আমি হলো পরল অফিসার আজকে জুন 24 যে 2026 মধ্যে এটা কথা হইতেছে ঠিক আছে
This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear okay?
I'm having a bit hard time hearing you, sir. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we do.
আমি বুঝতে পারতেছি
Okay. Okay, we may proceed.
This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles.
এটা হলো যে মনে করেন হিয়ারিং কানেক্টিকোর আর প্যারাল হিয়ারিং এর জন্য আছে ঠিক আছে
জি
The following board members are present this morning.
আর এখানে যে লোকজনগুলা যে আছে এখানে আজকে উপস্থিত
And by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed.
ওদের নামগুলো আমি এখানে বলবো ঠিক আছে
জি
All statutory required documents.
এখানে যে মনে করেন আমাদেরকে লাগবে যে ডকুমেন্টগুলা ঠিক আছে
জি
And available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
এই যে মনে করেন এই যে হিয়ারিংটা হইতেছে একে ভালো করে পরিষ্কারভাবে আগানোর জন্য এইগুলা আমাদেরকে লাগবে ঠিক আছে
জি
ওকে
Evening, please.
Robert Sizowskis. Alex Suckoff.
Please state your name and IMEI number for the record.
আপনার নাম আর ইমিক নাম্বার আপনি বলেন
আমার পুরো নাম
আপনার পুরো নামটা বলেন
মোহাম্মদ হুসাইন তারেক and my আমার ইমেল নাম্বার 446606
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Human Hassan Tariq 446606.
এটা মনে করেন এই হিয়ারিংটা হইতেছে কুমার হাসানের জন্য যে মনে করেন 446606 এর জন্য ঠিক
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 5 years, with 10 years of probation.
Sir, can you please repeat one more time? There's an interpreter speaking.
He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended 5 years, 10 years probation.
আপনাকে এই জন্য যে মনে করেন আপনার সাজাইটা হইতেছে 15 বছরের জন্য, ঠিক আছে? আর এর মধ্যে যে মনে করেন আপনার 5 বছরের ভিতরে কিছু করা হবে, আর না হলে আপনার 10 বছরের জন্য আপনাকে প্রবেশনে দিয়ে দিবে ওরা।
for illegal sexual contact and sexual assault.
আপনি মনে করেন যে মনে করেন যৌন দুর্ব্যবহারের জন্য আপনাকে এইখানে এই মনে করেন আপনার জুলুমটা হলো আপনার যৌন দুর্ব্যবহার করা হয়েছিলেন।
জি
Records
Yes.
reflect a parole eligibility date of May 1st, 2026.
আর এইখানে যে মনে করেন আপনি যোগ্যতা আছেন, ঠিক আছে, আগামী জন্য একে আগাইতে চান না, আপনার মে 1, 2026 মধ্যে।
জি
There is no victim input in this case.
এর মধ্যে কিছু যে মনে করেন এইখানে বলা হচ্ছে উচিত নয়।
There is an OAP. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs.
এইখানে ওএপি বলা ওইটা দেখা হয়েছে, ঠিক আছে, যে মধ্যে আপনার আইনভাবে যে করা হয়েছিল, এর মধ্যে যে মনে করেন আপনার লগন যে মধ্যে আছে এর মধ্যে দেওয়া হয়েছে, ঠিক আছে।
জি
ওকে,
Problem sexual behavior short track.
এইখানে যে সমস্যাটা যে হয়েছিল মনে করেন আপনি যৌনভাবে আপনাকে ওকে যেভাবে আপনি ছুঁয়েছিলেন এটা ভালো ছিল না, তাই জন্য।
জি
Utilizing scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the high range.
Your Honor, can you please repeat one more time?
Utilizing scores, the offender's risk for recidivism falls in the high range.
এর মধ্যে যে মনে করেন যে মধ্যে আপনি ওদেরকে মনে করেন নিমতি করা হয়েছিলেন, এইভাবে যে আপনার এর মধ্যে ঝুমকিটা খুব উপরের ভাবে আছে, ঠিক আছে, ওর বেশি আছে।
জি
Static 99 equals a 3.
যেমন স্ট্যাটিক 89 মধ্যে যে মনে করেন 3 ভাগের মধ্যে একে দেওয়া হয়েছে।
হ্যাঁ
Yeah.
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole.
এইটা মনে করেন, ঠিক আছে, আপনার আপনার জন্য একটা মনে করেন এইটা যে মনে করেন আপনার জন্য এটা সহজ, আর এইটার মধ্যে আপনি একটা বিকল্প আপনি এখানে আপনাকে অবসর দেওয়া হয়েছে, আপনি বলতে পারবেন কেন আপনাকে প্যারোল হিয়ারিংটা আপনার কেন দেওয়া উচিত।
আমি যা করেছি আমি ভুল করেছি তার জন্য আমি মানে ক্ষমাপ্রাপ্ত। তখন আমার মানে ঠিক জ্ঞান বুদ্ধি ছিল না, আমি এখানে প্রথম আসছিলাম, মানে আমি বুঝতে পারিনি, তার জন্য আমি ক্ষমাপ্রাপ্ত আমার এই মানে সেকেন্ড চান্স দেওয়ার জন্য আর কি।
So I understand I did wrong, and I do have a guilt for that because I was very young at that time, and I was very new to this country.
Okay, thank you for your opening statement.
ধন্যবাদ এটা বলার জন্য।
জি স্যার।
We are going to take turns asking you questions.
ঠিক আছে, আপনাকে আমরা যে প্রশ্নগুলো করব, ঠিক আছে।
জি
ওকে,
After that, we're going to talk about your case and give you an answer today.
তারপরে আপনার যে কেসের ভিতরের আমরা যে কথাগুলো করব, ঠিক আছে, আর আপনাকে আজকে উত্তরটা আমি দিয়ে দিব, কি নির্ণয়টা থাকবে।
জি স্যার।
My colleague, panel member Keys, will start with the questions this morning.
আমার যে সাথে কাজ করে ওই প্যাল নাম্বার 2 ওরা আজকে মনে করেন আপনার সাথে প্রশ্ন উত্তর করবে প্রথমে।
Thank you for your opening statement. What is it that you did wrong that you feel guilty for?
যে আপনি কি ভুল করেছেন আর আপনাকে এই নিয়ে কি পশ্চাত্তাপটা কি ভুলটা কি ছিল?
আমার ভুলটা ছিল আমি ওর সাথে কথা বলার, আমার আগে যাচাই করার দরকার ছিল ওর বয়স কত, বা ও মানে কম বয়স ছিল অনেক, ওইটা আমার ভুল ছিল, ওর সাথে মানে কথা বলা, কন্ট্যাক্ট করা।
So my fault was I talked with the person who was underage, and I should had had a better understanding of the age.
So you knew her age, but is it that you knew her age, but you didn't know that was illegal in the United States?
আপনাকে ওর যে বয়সটা মনে ছিল, যে আর আপনাকে মনে ছিল তাহলে কিন্তু আর আপনাকে এটা মনে ছিল যে মনে এইটা আইনভাবে এ দেশের মধ্যে মনে করেন উচিত নয়, এটাও আপনাকে মনে ছিল?
সত্যি কথা বলতে আমি ইউএসএ মানে যখন প্রথম আসছিলাম আর কি, যখন আমার 2 মাস চলে এই দেশে আমি আসছি, আমি জানতাম না এই দেশে মানে আন্ডারেজ মেয়েদের সাথে কথা বলা যায় না। আমাদের বাংলাদেশে তো আমরা ওই প্রাইমারি স্কুলে মেয়েদের সাথে কথা বলতাম বা রিলেশন করার চেষ্টা করতাম, কিন্তু আমি তখন বুঝতে পারিনি। আর ওর বয়স এত কম, ও আমার বলছিল আর কি ওর বয়স 15 বছর, তো এই জন্য আমি ওর সাথে কথা বলার আগ্রহ করছিলাম আর কি। আমি জানতাম না ওর বয়স কম, এত কম, আর আমি জানতাম না এত বড় প্রবলেম হবে, সমস্যা হবে।
So back in Bangladesh, in my different country, like we can talk with the girls of underage as well, like we can talk. So here in the US, I was just 2 months at the time this thing happened, and I talked, and I didn't knew like her age. Even I knew like her age was 15, but I didn't knew if that was more less than that.
Okay. She says you knew she was 13, but even if she was 15 in the US, that would not be good. Do you know why it's illegal in the US to have sexual relations with someone that is below 16 when you're over 18? You know why it's illegal?
আপনি জানেন এইটা ইউএস এর মধ্যে অবৈধ কেন, যে 16 বছরের নিচনের মেয়েদের সাথে ওদের যে বাচ্চা শিশুর সাথে কথা বলার জন্য?
আমি আগে জানতাম না, আমি এখন মানে বর্তমানে জানি আর কি। এখানে আসছি আর সবাই বলছিল আর কি আন্ডারেজ গার্লের সাথে কথা বলা যায় না, ওদের সাথে মানে রিলেশন করা হলে মানে সমস্যা। বয়স হতে হবে 18-19, ওদের সাথে কথা বলা যাবে। মানে আমি আগে তেমন জানতাম না বা বুঝিনি, আমি এখন বুঝতে পারছি আর কি, মানে এরকম ভুল আর হবে না আর কি।
Earlier, I was not known that we can't talk with the girls who is below 16, and slowly I came to know like we can talk with a person who is above 18, 19, but we can't talk with the like other gender or other child who is below 16.
Do you understand how? Sorry, let me think about the question. How did you meet the victim?
কিভাবে ওর সাথে মনে করেন আপনার আলোচনা হয়েছিল?
ওর সাথে আমার আলোচনা, না আমি যখন আসছি এখানে, তা আমার একটা অনলাইন অ্যাকাউন্ট ছিল আর কি। ও আমাদের মানে বাংলাদেশ সিটিরে, ও আমাদের চিনতো, ও আমাদের মানে মেসেজ করছিল আর কি, নক করছিল।
I want him to repeat one more time. There's an interpreter speaking. আবার বলেন ভালো করে।
আমি যখন ইউএস আসছিলাম তখন আমার একটা টিকটক অ্যাকাউন্ট ছিল আর কি এখানে। তো ও আমার অ্যাকাউন্টে মানে আমার ভিডিওতে আবার আমার কমেন্ট বক্সে মানে নক করছিল আর কি, মেসেজ করতেছিল, নক করতেছিল। আর ও আমাদের সিটি, মানে আমি যেখানে থাকি বাংলাদেশে ওই সিটিরে।
The time when I came US, things started from my TikTok account. She just knocked on my TikTok account, and as I know her, she belonged from the same city back in Bangladesh.
Okay. How do you think your crime affected the victim?
মনে করেন আপনি যে এটা যে মনে করেন যে অপরাধটা করছেন, এই অপরাধ নিয়ে কি প্রভাবটা ওর যে মনে করেন ওই লোকজনকে আসছে, কেমন প্রভাবটা হয়েছে ওকে, একটু আপনি বুঝতে পারেন এটা?
যখন আমি হয়েছিল তখন আমি ঠিকই বুঝতে পারিনি, কিন্তু এখন আমি বুঝতে পারতেছি ওদের মানে খারাপ হয়েছিল, মানে ওদের জন্য আমি সরি, ক্ষমা প্রার্থী।
At that time, I didn't knew, but when I was caught and brought here, at that time I came to know like things went very wrong with her, and I'm very sorry for that.
You did complete the short track problem sexual behavior program, although I understand there was a language barrier. If you're offered the program in the community and it's 1-to-1, do you think you'll have any problem finishing it?
যে আপনি একটা প্রোগ্রামটা আপনি শেষ করে ফেলছেন, যে শর্ট ট্র্যাক সেক্সুয়াল প্রোগ্রাম এই নিয়ে, আর কিন্তু এখানে যে মনে করেন ভাষা নিয়ে একটু সমস্যা ছিল, যদি এটা কমিউনিটির মধ্যে যখন আপনি বাইর হবেন ওই সময় আপনি এটা কি আবার করতে পারবেন?
হ্যাঁ, আমি আবেদন করতে পারবো। আমি এখানে মানে ভয়েস প্রোগ্রামের জন্য, আবার এখানে টিয়ার 2 বলে ওইটার প্রোগ্রামের জন্য, আমি কয়েকটা প্রোগ্রামের জন্য এখানে আমি লিখছিলাম আর কি। কিন্তু ওরা আমারে বলতেছিল আমি মানে ওয়েটিং লিস্টে অপেক্ষার মধ্যে আছি আর কি। ওরা আমারে ডাক দিবে যখন আমার সময় হবে। আমার কাছে অনেকগুলো পেপার আছে।
I can do that, but even there's a lot of program here I enrolled, but they told me like there's some problem with in English as well. So yeah.
When you think about how you were living when this crime occurred and right before the crime occurred, in what ways will your life be different when you get out so that you don't get in trouble again?
যে মনে করেন আগে, যে মনে করেন যেভাবে আপনি মনে করেন আপনি জীবিত ছিলেন, যেভাবে আপনি বসবাস করতেন আগে, এ হওয়ার আগে, এখন এরপরে যে আপনি যে মনে করেন কিভাবে আপনি জীবিত, যে মনে করেন কিভাবে আপনি বসবাসটা কেমন থাকবে?
না, আমি যদি এখান থেকে কোনো সময় বাইরে যেতে পারি, আমি আমার কাজ মানে যেটা যেটা করলে আমার জন্য ভালো হবে আমি ওটা করবো। আর যেটা সুন্দর করে কাজ করবো, আমি কোনো ঝামেলাতে জড়াবো না, কোনো এরকম হ্যাপেন আর কোনো সময় হবে না। এটা আমার ফার্স্ট টাইম, লাস্ট টাইম, মানে এটা আমার প্রথমবার আর কি, আর হবে না এরকম কোনো ভুল।
I'll do everything right that will be beneficial towards me, and I won't get engaged myself on any of the activities that's against the law, and I'll keep myself on a better state.
Okay, I think that's all I have for questions. I'll see if my colleagues have any or return to the chair. But if you want, when the lights go out, you can move your arms and they should go back on. Thank you, Jan.
Okay.
এখন ওরা অন্য লোকজন আপনাকে প্রশ্ন করবে, ঠিক আছে?
ধন্যবাদ স্যার, ধন্যবাদ, ধন্যবাদ ম্যাম।
Thank you.
The reports say that you punched the victim in the face and you used a knife during the assault. Did that happen?
আর একটা জিনিস, যে মনে করেন আপনাকে বলা হয়েছিল আপনি চাকু দিয়ে ওকে চাকু মারছেন, তারপরে আপনি ঘুষিও দিয়েছেন ওর
না, আমি
মাথার মধ্যে।
ওগুলো
এটা হয়েছিল কি নয়?
না, এটা হয় নাই। আমি ওগুলা কিছুই করি নাই। হ্যাঁ, আমি ওর সাথে কথা বলছি, ওর সাথে রিলেশনে গেছি, কিন্তু এরকম কোনো কিছুই করি না। আমি যখন ওর সাথে দেখা করছিলাম তখন আমার 3টা ফ্রেন্ড ছিল ওখানে। আমি ওর সাথে এরকম কোনো কিছু হয়নি।
No, I didn't do anything like that. I just went on a relationship with her. At the time when I met her for the first time, I had 3 friends with me as well.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I
ধন্যবাদ।
have. Panelmember Sarkov, do you have any questions?
এইটুকুনি ছিল আমার প্রশ্ন।
থ্যাংক ইউ, ধন্যবাদ।
Okay, we're done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case now. You can listen, please don't interrupt. And when we're done, we'll give you an answer.
ঠিক আছে, কিছু বলবেন না, শুধু আপনি শুনবেন, ঠিক আছে?
জি।
আর তারপরে আপনি শুধু আপনাদেরকে বলবেন, ঠিক আছে? এখন শুনে বলবেন, তারপরে আমি আপনাকে নির্ণয়টা দিয়ে দিব।
This process, so after 20 years, I really think I deserve parole because I haven't get no problems, and I want to be there for my kids and my nephews. My brother left me 4 kids, and I don't want to go back where I live.
Should be granted parole.
এইটা মনে করেন, ঠিক আছে, আপনার আপনার
Good morning, Mr. Interpreter. If you can just unmute and confirm that you hear us.
Huh?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Your Honor. This is your Bengali interpreter, and my name is Rohan.
Perfect, thank you. We're getting ready to get started, all right?
Okay.
Good morning, we're going to begin with the interpreter's oath. Mr. Interpreter, could you please raise your right hand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to begin. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Williams, and today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026.
আমি হলো পরল অফিসার, আজকে জুন 24 আজ যে 2026 মধ্যে এটা কথা হইতেছে, ঠিক আছে?
This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Hello?
জি।
Yeah.
আপনি
Can you hear okay?
I'm having a bit hard time hearing you, sir. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we do.
আমি বুঝতে পারতেছি।
Okay. Okay, we may proceed.
This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles.
এটা হলো যে মনে করেন হিয়ারিং কানেক্টিকোর আর প্যারাল হিয়ারিং এর জন্য আছে, ঠিক আছে?
জি।
The following board members are present this morning.
আর এখানে যে লোকজনগুলা যে আছে এখানে আজকে উপস্থিত।
And by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed.
ওদের নামগুলো আমি এখানে বলবো, ঠিক আছে?
জি।
All statutory required documents.
এখানে যে মনে করেন আমাদেরকে লাগবে যে ডকুমেন্টগুলা, ঠিক আছে?
জি।
And available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
এই যে মনে করেন এই যে হিয়ারিংটা হইতেছে একে ভালো করে পরিষ্কার ভাবে আগানোর জন্য এইগুলা আমাদেরকে লাগবে ঠিক আছে
জি
ওকে
Evening, please.
Robert Sazowskis.
Alex Suckoff. Please state your name and IMEI number for the record.
আপনার নাম আর ইমিক নাম্বার আপনি বলেন
আমার আমার পুরো নাম
আপনার পুরো নামটা বলেন
মোহাম্মদ হুসাইন তারেক and my আমার email number 446606.
This hearing is
My-
being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Human Hassan Tariq 446606.
এটা মনে করেন এই হিয়ারিংটা হইতেছে কুমার হাসানের জন্য যে মনে করেন 446606 এর জন্য ঠিক
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
He is serving his sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 5 years, with 10 years of probation.
Sir, can you please repeat one more time? There's an interpreter speaking.
He is serving his sentence of 15 years, execution suspended 5 years, 10 years probation.
আপনাকে এই জন্য যে মনে করেন আপনার সাজাইটা হইতেছে 15 বছরের জন্য ঠিক আছে আর এর মধ্যে যে মনে করেন আপনার 5 বছরের ভিতরে কিছু করা হবে আর না হলে আপনার 10 বছরের জন্য আপনাকে প্রবেশনে দিয়ে দিবে ওরা
For illegal sexual contact and sexual assault.
আপনি মনে করেন যে মনে করেন যৌন দুর্ব্যবহারের জন্য আপনাকে এইখানে এই মনে করেন আপনার জুলুমটা হলো আপনার যৌন দুর্ব্যবহার করা হয়েছিলেন
জি
Records
Yes.
reflect a parole eligibility date of May 1st, 2026.
আর এইখানে যে মনে করেন আপনি যোগ্যতা আছেন ঠিক আছে আগামী জন্য একে আগাইতে চান না আপনার মে 1 2026 এর মধ্যে
জি
There is no victim input in this case.
এর মধ্যে কিছু যে মনে করেন এখানে বলা হচ্ছে উচিত নয়
There is an OAP. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs.
এইখানে ওএপি বলা ওইটা দেখা হয়েছে ঠিক আছে যে মধ্যে আপনার আইনভাবে যে করা হয়েছিল এর মধ্যে যে মনে করেন আপনার লগন যে মধ্যে আছে এর মধ্যে দেওয়া হয়েছে ঠিক আছে
জি
ওকে
Problem sexual behavior short track.
এইখানে যে সমস্যাটা যে হয়েছিল মনে করেন আপনি যৌনভাবে আপনাকে ওকে যেভাবে আপনি ছুঁয়েছিলেন এটা ভালো ছিল না তাই জন্য
জি
Utilizing scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the high range.
Your Honor, can you please repeat one more time?
Utilizing scores, the offender's risk for recidivism falls in the high range.
এর মধ্যে যে মনে করেন যে মধ্যে আপনি ওদেরকে মনে করেন নিমতি করা হয়েছিলেন এইভাবে যে আপনার এর মধ্যে ঝুমকিটা খুব উপরে ভাবে আছে ঠিক আছে ওর বেশি আছে
জি
Static 99 equals a 3.
যেমন স্ট্যাটিক 89 মধ্যে যে মনে করেন 3 ভাগের মধ্যে একে দেওয়া হয়েছে
হ্যাঁ
yeah
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole.
এইটা মনে করেন ঠিক আছে আপনার জন্য একটা ও মনে করেন এইটা যে মনে করেন আপনার জন্য এটা সহজ আর এইটার মধ্যে আপনি একটা বিকল্প আপনি এখানে আপনাকে অবসর দেওয়া হয়েছে আপনি বলতে পারবেন কেন আপনাকে প্যারোল হিয়ারিংটা আপনার কেন দেওয়া উচিত
আমি যা করেছি আমি ভুল করেছি তার জন্য আমি ক্ষমাপ্রাপ্ত যখন আমার ঠিক জ্ঞান বুদ্ধি ছিল না আমি এখানে প্রথম আসছিলাম আমি বুঝতে পারিনি তার জন্য আমি ক্ষমাপ্রাপ্ত আমার সেকেন্ড চান্স দেওয়ার জন্য আর কি
So I understand I did wrong and I do have a guilt for that because I was very young at that time and I was very new to this country.
Okay, thank you for your opening statement.
ধন্যবাদ এটা বলার জন্য।
জি স্যার।
We are going to take turns asking you questions.
ঠিক আছে, আপনাকে আমরা যে প্রশ্নগুলা করব, ঠিক আছে?
জি।
ওকে।
After that, we're going to talk about your case and give you an answer today.
তারপরে আপনার যে কেসের ভিতরের আমরা যে কথাগুলা করব, ঠিক আছে? আর আপনাকে আজকে উত্তরটা আমি দিয়ে দিব, কি নির্ণয়টা থাকবে।
জি স্যার।
My colleague, panel member Keys, will start with the questions this morning.
আমার যে সাথে কাজ করে ওই প্যাল নাম্বার 2 ওরা আজকে মনে করেন আপনার সাথে প্রশ্ন উত্তর করবে প্রথমে।
Thank you for your opening statement. What is it that you did wrong that you feel guilty for?
যে আপনি কি ভুল করেছেন আর আপনাকে এই নিয়ে কি পশ্চাত্তাপটা কি ভুলটা কি ছিল?
আমার ভুলটা ছিল আমি ওর সাথে কথা বলার আমার আগে যাচাই করার দরকার ছিল ওর বয়স কত বা ও ও মানে কম বয়স ছিল অনেক, ওটা আমার ভুল ছিল ওর সাথে মানে কথা বলা, কন্ট্যাক্ট করা।
So my fault was I talked with the person who was underage, and I should had a better understanding of the age.
So you knew her age, but is it that you knew her age, but you didn't know that was illegal in the United States?
আপনাকে ওর যে বয়সটা মনে ছিল, যে আর আপনাকে মনে ছিল তাহলে কিন্তু আর আপনাকে এটা মনে ছিল যে এইটা আইনভাবে এ দেশের মধ্যে মনে করেন উচিত নয়, এটাও আপনাকে মনে ছিল?
সত্যি কথা বলতে আমি ইউএসএ মানে যখন প্রথম আসছিলাম আর কি, যখন আমার 2 মাস চলে এই দেশে আমি আসছি, আমি জানতাম না এদেশে মানে আন্ডারেজ মেয়েদের সাথে কথা বলা যায় না। আমাদের বাংলাদেশে তো আমরা ওই প্রাইমারি স্কুলে মেয়েদের সাথে কথা বলতাম বা রিলেশন করার চেষ্টা করতাম, কিন্তু আমি তখন বুঝতে পারিনি। আর ওর বয়স এত কম, ও আমার বলছিল আর কি ওর বয়স 15 বছর, তো এই জন্য আমি ওর সাথে কথা বলার আগ্রহ করছিলাম আর কি। আমি জানতাম না ওর বয়স এত কম, আর আমি জানতাম না এত বড় প্রবলেম হবে, সমস্যা হবে।
So back in Bangladesh, in my different country, like we can talk with the girls of underage as well, like we can talk. So here in the US, I was just 2 months at the time this thing happened, and I talked, and I didn't knew like her age. Even I knew like her age was 15, but I didn't knew if that was more less than that.
Okay. She says you knew she was 13, but even if she was 15 in the US, that would not be good. Do you know why it's illegal in the US to have sexual relations with someone that is below 16 when you're over 18? You know why it's illegal?
আপনি জানেন এইটা ইউএস এর মধ্যে অবৈধ কেন, যে 16 বছরের নিচনের মেয়েদের সাথে ওদের যে বাচ্চা শিশুর সাথে কথা বলার জন্য?
আমি আগে জানতাম না, আমি এখন মানে বর্তমানে জানি আর কি। এখানে আসছি আর সবাই বলছিল আর কি আন্ডারএজ গার্লের সাথে কথা বলা যায় না, ওদের সাথে মানে রিলেশন করা হলে মানে সমস্যা, বয়স হতে হবে 18-19, ওদের সাথে কথা বলা যাবে। মানে আমি আগে তেমন জানতাম না বা বুঝিনি, আমি এখন বুঝতে পারছি আর কি, এরকম ভুল আর হবে না আর কি।
Earlier, I was not known that we can't talk with the girls who is below 16, and slowly I came to know like we can talk with a person who is above 18, 19, but we can't talk with the other gender or other child who is below 16.
Do you understand how? Sorry, let me think about the question. How did you meet the victim?
কিভাবে ওর সাথে মনে করেন আপনার আলোচনা হয়েছিল?
ওর সাথে আমার আলোচনা, না আমি যখন আসছি এখানে আমার একটা অনলাইন অ্যাকাউন্ট ছিল আর কি। ও আমাদের মানে বাংলাদেশ সিটিতে ও আমাদের চিনতো, ও আমাদের মানে মেসেজ করছিল আর কি, নক করছিল।
I want him to repeat one more time. There's an interpreter speaking. আবার বলেন ভালো করে।
মানে আমি যখন ইউএস আসছিলাম তখন আমার একটা টিকটক অ্যাকাউন্ট ছিল আর কি এখানে। তো ও আমার অ্যাকাউন্টে মানে আমার ভিডিওতে আবার আমার কমেন্ট বক্সে মানে নক করছিল আর কি, মেসেজ করতেছিল, নক করতেছিল। আর ও আমাদের সিটি মানে আমি যেখানে থাকি বাংলাদেশে ওই সিটিতে।
The time when I came US, things started from my TikTok account. She just knocked on my TikTok account, and as I know her, she belonged from the same city back in Bangladesh.
Okay. How do you think your crime affected the victim?
মনে করেন আপনি যে এটা যে মনে করেন যে অপরাধটা করছেন, এই অপরাধ নিয়ে কি প্রভাবটা ওর যে মনে করেন ওই লোকজনকে আসছে, কেমন প্রভাবটা হয়েছে ওকে, একটু আপনি বুঝতে পারেন এটা?
যখন আমি হয়েছিল তখন আমি ঠিকই বুঝতে পারিনি, কিন্তু এখন আমি বুঝতে পারতেছি ওদের মানে খারাপ হয়েছিল, মানে ওদের জন্য আমি সরি, ক্ষমা প্রার্থী।
At that time I didn't knew, but when I was caught and brought here, at that time I came to know like things went very wrong with her, and I'm very sorry for that.
You did complete the short track problem sexual behavior program, although I understand there was a language barrier. If you're offered the program in the community and it's 1-to-1, do you think you'll have any problem finishing it?
যে আপনি একটা প্রোগ্রামটা আপনি শেষ করে ফেলছেন, যে শর্ট ট্র্যাক সেক্সুয়াল প্রোগ্রাম এই নিয়ে, আর কিন্তু এখানে যে মনে করেন ভাষা নিয়ে একটু সমস্যা ছিল, যদি এটা কমিউনিটির মধ্যে যখন আপনি বাইর হবেন ওই সময় আপনি এটা কি আবার করতে পারবেন?
হ্যাঁ, আমি আবেদন করতে পারবো। আমি এখানে মানে ভয়েস প্রোগ্রামের জন্য, আবার এখানে টিয়ার 2 বলে ওইটার প্রোগ্রামের জন্য আমি কয়েকটা প্রোগ্রামের জন্য এখানে আমি লিখছিলাম আর কি, কিন্তু ওরা আমারে বলতেছিল আমি মানে ওয়েটিং লিস্টে অপেক্ষার মধ্যে আছি আর কি। ওরা আমারে ডাক দিবে যখন আমার সময় হবে। আমার কাছে অনেকগুলো পেপার আছে।
I can do that, but even there's a lot of program here I enrolled, but they told me like there's some problem with in English as well, so yeah.
When you think about how you were living when this crime occurred and right before the crime occurred, in what ways will your life be different when you get out so that you don't get in trouble again?
যে মনে করেন আগে, যে মনে করেন যেভাবে আপনি মনে করেন আপনি জীবিত ছিলেন, যেভাবে আপনি বসবাস করতেন আগে, এ হওয়ার আগে, এখন এরপরে যে আপনি যে মনে করেন কিভাবে আপনি জীবিত, যে মনে কিভাবে আপনি বসবাসটা কেমন থাকবে?
না, আমি যদি এখান থেকে কোনো সময় বাইরে যেতে পারি, আমি আমার কাজ মানে যেটা যেটা করলে আমার জন্য ভালো হবে আমি ওটা করবো। আর যেটা সুন্দর করে কাজ করবো, আমি কোনো ঝামেলাতে জড়াবো না, কোনো এরকম হ্যাপেন আর কোনো সময় হবে না। এটা আমার ফার্স্ট টাইম, লাস্ট টাইম, মানে এটা আমার প্রথমবার আর কি, আর হবে না এরকম কোনো ভুল।
I'll do everything right that will be beneficial towards me, and I won't get engaged myself on any of the activities that's against the law, and I'll keep myself on a better state.
Okay, I think that's all I have for questions. I'll see if my colleagues have any or return to the chair, but if you want, when the lights go out, you can move your arms and they should go back on. Thank you, Jan.
Okay.
এখন ওরা অন্য লোকজন আপনাকে প্রশ্ন করবে, ঠিক আছে?
ধন্যবাদ, ধন্যবাদ, ধন্যবাদ ম্যাম।
Thank you.
The reports say that you punched the victim in the face and you used a knife during the assault. Did that happen?
আর একটা জিনিস, যে মনে করেন আপনাকে বলা হয়েছিল আপনি চাকু দিয়ে ওকে চাকু মারছেন, তারপরে আপনি ঘুষিও দিয়েছেন ওর
না, আমি
মাথার মধ্যে।
ওগুলো
এটা হয়েছিল কি নয়?
না, এটা হয় নাই। আমি ওগুলা কিছুই করি নাই। হ্যাঁ, আমি ওর সাথে কথা বলছি, ওর সাথে রিলেশনে গেছি, কিন্তু এরকম কোনো কিছুই করি না। আমি যখন ওর সাথে দেখা করছিলাম তখন আমার 3টা ফ্রেন্ড ছিল ওখানে, আমি ওর সাথে এরকম কোনো কিছু হয়নি।
No, I didn't do anything like that. I just went on a relationship with her. At the time when I met her for the first time, I had 3 friends with me as well.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I
ধন্যবাদ।
have. Panel Sarkov, do you have any questions?
এইটুকুনি ছিল আমার প্রশ্ন।
থ্যাংক ইউ, ধন্যবাদ।
Okay, we're done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case now. You can listen. Please don't interrupt. And when we're done, we'll give you an answer.
ঠিক আছে, কিছু বলবেন না, শুধু আপনি শুনবেন। ঠিক আছে?
জি।
আর তারপরে আপনি শুধু আপনাদেরকে বলবেন। ঠিক আছে? এখন শুনে বলবেন, তারপরে আমি আপনাকে নির্ণয়টা দিয়ে দিব।
জি।
Okay.
Panel Member Keys.
Mr. I say his name right, Mr. Hussein was new to the U.S. We don't know really his criminal history, but he did not have any other criminal history in the States. So this is his only crime on record. Go ahead.
এই লোকজনের কিছু যে মনে আগে অপরাধের যে ইতিহাসগুলা কিছু নয়, ঠিক আছে? এখানে কিছু নয়।
আমি বুঝি না, আবার বলবেন।
It is certainly it's certainly a concerning offense that greatly impacted a young lady. However, I do want him to take problem sexual behavior in the community, and I, due to the language barrier, I'm concerned would struggle with the programs available in the facility, his ability to complete them. Whereas if he is under parole supervision, I think we would be able to get him access to supports and programs that he would be able to complete and help with his self-development.
যে আমি জানি যে অপরাধটা ও করে ফেলছে, এর মধ্যে ও যে মনে করেন একটা মেয়ের সাথে যদি ওকে যে মনে করেন ইয়ন ব্যবহারের যে এরকম প্রোগ্রামের মধ্যে যদি আমরা ওদেরকে দেই, তাহলে ওর জন্য যে মনে করেন এটা ভালো থাকবে, ও বুঝবে। আর যদি ওকে আমরা যে পরলের মধ্যে ওর ভিতরে যদি আমরা রাখি, তারপরে ওর যে মনে করেন ভালো করে নিগরানিতে রাখি, আর ওকে যে আমাদের একটু সমর্থনগুলা দিই যে কমপ্লিট করার জন্য এই যে বিকাশের প্রোগ্রামের গুলা।
So I was in favor. I certainly want my colleagues though, because this is a serious case and have some DRs. But I had some sexual behavior in the community, no contact with the victim, halfway house, no contact with minors, and enhanced internet device monitoring because of that through social media.
Okay.
আমি চাই এর মধ্যে যে মনে করো কিছু কন্ট্যাক্টের মধ্যে না থাকুক, যে সাথে অপরাধ করা হয়েছিল ওর সাথে আর কিছু ছোট যে মনে করেন নাবালিকের লোকজন সাথে আপনি কন্ট্যাক্টের মধ্যে থাকবেন না, এটাই আমি চাই।
জি।
Panel Member Sarkov, I agree with what you've said. Panel Member Sarkov, I did too. Can I just clarify, was the parole officer that there's a valid detainer that applies to this?
Yes, immigration.
It does. Okay. So let's talk about the stipulations one more time. Halfway house placement. These two, immigration detainer, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, enhanced internet monitoring, and no contact with the victim. NI. In regard to Mohammed Hossein Tariq, inmate number 446606, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 30th, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, enhanced internet monitoring, release to immigration detainer, and no contact with the victim, initials NI. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye.
যে আপনার এখানে মোহাম্মদ হোসেনের জন্য এটা নাম্বারটা ছিল যে 446606 এর মধ্যে আমরা যে আপনাকে দিতেছি প্যারোল হিয়ারিং এর মধ্যে জুন 30 2024 এর মধ্যে, কিন্তু আপনাকে কিছু কন্ট্যাক্ট গুলো রাখবেন না যে সাথে আপনি এইগুলা করছেন ওর সাথে, আর আপনি যে আপনি ইন্টারনেট মধ্যে করবেন এই সব মধ্যে আমরা যে দেখব কি কি আপনি করতেছেন, ঠিক আছে? আর কিছু কন্ট্যাক্ট গুলোর মধ্যে যে সাথে আপনি এই দুর্ঘটনাটা করে ফেলছেন এই লোকজনের সাথে আপনি কন্ট্যাক্টের মধ্যে থাকবেন না।
জি না, অবশ্যই আমি যেটা করছি এটা একবারে করছি, আমি আর কোনো সময় ওগুলোর মধ্যে জড়াবো না বা ওর সাথে কথা বলবো না বা কোনো কন্ট্যাক্টও থাকবো না। আমি আমার আমি আমার ফ্যামিলি নিয়ে টেক কেয়ার থাকবো।
This is the very first thing, very first time I get engaged on this kind of problem. I will never do this thing, and I'll follow all the situations that the court has created for me. I'll follow everything, and I'll make sure that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
ঠিক আছে.
This concludes the hearing.
ধন্যবাদ স্যার।
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your help.
ঠিক আছে.
You're all set to go.
Go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Can I? This is your interpreter speaking, sir. Can you hear me? Can I leave?
Yes. Yes, you're all
Thank
set.
you.
Thank you so much for your help.
Thank you.
Morning. Good morning. Can I have your name, please?
Terrence Edwards.
Good morning. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certifying they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazauskas.
Thank you.
Good morning, Alex Tarpa.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Terrence Edwards, 257-957. Good morning.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Terrence Evans, 257-957. He is serving a sentence of 42 months, 6 years special parole for violation of protective order and risk of injury. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 16, 2025. There is victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on August 11, 2025. The ninth parole with the new hearing date set for June of 2026. The board recommended that the inmate complete programs on his OAP, participate in any additional positive programs, excuse me, and remain DR free. Since the last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs: Smart Recovery, Domestic Violence, and Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for the sixth rating falls in the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Good morning. Well, I wrote a letter, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I would like to thank you for the second opportunity to be allowed the privilege to be released on parole. First, I have to express that it's not a day that goes by that I don't apologize to my wife for being someone she didn't know. A person who displayed controlling, verbal, and physical abuse. A person who couldn't control his emotions and really at that time was miserable and was making sure everyone around me felt the same. Being a father of two girls, thinking of the thoughts and feelings I would have if someone did the same as I was doing to someone else's daughter. The action I displayed was not that of a man or a protector, but the action of a coward and a person who lacked discipline, compassion, control of self, and lack of impulse control. I also like to apologize to my roommate, my wife's friend, because they witnessed my behavior and also was affected by my actions one way or another. I know some things will never be forgotten, but I ask for the forgiveness, and the best way I can show my remorse is not to ever repeat these irresponsible actions again. After leaving for my first parole hearing, a person noted in the parole hearing that I have 25 years in the system, which before that I had no clue, just unaware of my bad choices and where my bad choices has taken from me. I really had to sit back and reflect on why I'm not in a lot of my family pictures, reflect that I didn't get to see my two oldest children be born, reflect that I've never been to my two oldest middle school or high school graduation nor prom. I didn't get to even see them off to college. Reflect that I couldn't even be there to protect them if I wanted to, because I'm away in jail for not having respect for my choices. Reflect. That's what sparked the resolute in me to do something better, to want something more, to really love myself because I didn't. Also feeling comfortable in my own skin without a drug or a drink, to know that life is going to be hard some days. I just have to work through it and feel, if I feel overbearing, it's okay to know it's to ask for help. Deeply thinking on my bad choices and decisions has caused me to realize why I kept having these failures in my life. And one of the top reasons is I kept trying to do things my way. Having a different open mind to really understand and open my eyes that the fact that I've been in my own way the whole time. Going through these programs allowed me to talk about my thoughts, emotions, feelings, good or bad, and to ask for help. Today, I know it's okay to rely on other people that have the same interests that I have, and that's to live a better life. And having open ears in these programs, I not only listen, I practice and make healthy habits in here so I can lead with them and not leave them behind. Application is everything, and having a support circle as well. My mindset when I get home is just to focus on 24 hours and be the best human being I can be, because it's bigger than just living. It's bigger just to living than not coming back to jail. It's about living life, period. And hopefully in life as what fit, living good and sorry, y'all. And living with that purpose will add up to perform great in life, as well as finishing parole and special parole successfully. Being here is a choice, and today at 45 years old, I choose not to keep taking for granted that I'm a father, a husband, a son, a grandson, an uncle, and a person who can help out in my community. I'm mature and understand, especially being on supervision, I have to follow rules. And I came to understand parole, probation, it's a support. And my old distorted thinking, I only looked at it as punishment and always fell short. Coming home, I had means of employment along with a lot of resources from people that's in my support system. I never had a problem finding a job. At this time, I'm working with a few outside agencies, one having a recovery coach, Brian Rollins of the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, that's CCAR, who will be plugging me in with some resources that they provide. All God's People, founder and CEO, Nadine King Tisdale, who has been working with me since day one, and a very close friend of my mother. She's like my mother. I have support of my family, friends, my wife as well. Living a different life is important to me, and I'm not willing to sacrifice it for any person, place, or thing. Following all guidelines and expectations of my parole also requires of me. I would start with an open, honest conversation about my recovery needs and if there's something else that's bothering me. I understand parole is a privilege, not a right, and I'm willing to do the work. In closing, I'd like to thank you again for your time.
Okay, Mr. Edwards, thank you very much for your opening statement. What's going to happen now, just like the last hearing, we're going to all take turns asking questions. When we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, give you an answer today. We'll also hear from the Office of Victim Services today during this hearing.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start with the questions this morning. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
This is my different outlook on things and missing a lot of things from, like I said, my decisions always wasn't, I just took it for granted. And just getting older now, I got more days behind me than ahead of me. So it's like, do I want to keep living my life in behind these walls? My children, because even though I wasn't near, I missed a lot from them, they still love me. And I feel like sometimes I don't deserve that because I missed a lot. So just their compassion, for giving me a chance just to keep being in their life. I just want to live, man. I'm tired of not living. I'm tired of living in these walls, man. But that's the bottom line. I just want to live my life.
Thank you. In this last domestic violence incident, I read your explanation. You said that you were under the influence. What were you under the influence of at that time?
That night I was drinking heavy and I was sniffing a lot of cocaine.
In the last hearing, you were in the Tier 4 program, but then you were removed for failing to comply. Can you tell us what happened with that?
Yes, I broke a rule. You couldn't sell no food in there, and I broke a rule, and that was a consequence of me. They kicked me out for selling food, but that was, and at the same time, that it kind of was a good learning lesson for me because, like I said, rules is everything. I have to follow more. That could have been me out on parole, breaking a rule, and I come back. So it's like that was a hard lesson because that was a good program, but I stuck with it. I went to Tier 2.
Yeah.
And I just also it put me back out on the compound up here where you get to see a lot of different things and you got to fight the temptation. And that's the world for me because I seen a lot and I just stayed away from it. So if I could stay away from it here, I know I could stay from the way out there in the world, man, because it was a lot. But it was a good practice. That was my practice ground once I got out of the program because I was kind of shielded in the program. But I got out there, I used what I learned in the program, and I took it out to the compound with me up here.
In the past, it doesn't really look like you used your family or friends for support or the parole or probation officer. But I heard you talking about that today. How did you come to that realization that these people here want to help you? All of those people in your life.
I learned that the people that love me never going to tell me to do the wrong things, and I always ignored that, trying to do it my way. It was my way. I thought my way was the best way, and my mind wasn't. I thought I knew everything, and I didn't. And the consequences of that is coming to jail. So it's like I need help to live my life. It's all right to take suggestions. It's all right to get advice from people because I need that. My best thinking got me in here. So I need the help. I need the support. I need somebody to steer me right when I'm thinking wrong or if I'm going through something. I need that bad. And that's helping me a lot.
Your parole officer wants you to succeed, just so you know. It's their job for you to be successful. It's not their job to catch you making mistakes or to fail, to make you fail, They want you to be successful. It's good for them if you're able to get through and then rehabilitate yourself and then go back into society with your family and live the rest of your life without coming back. That's what they want.
Yeah. Like I said in my letter, I always thought it was just a punishment.
Yeah.
I never used it for what it was supposed to be used for. I took it as, oh man, I got in trouble, I got to do. And that's why I always fail. That's something I had to always take a look at being in this time. I had to look at where I failed. I kept failing. That's because my distorted, my way of thinking wasn't, I got to rethink things, like relearn things. So that's what I learned since being there this time around.
All right. talked about the addiction services program, but you also completed domestic violence since your last hearing, right? Can you tell us what you learned in that program?
Ooh. Well, I definitely learned that hurt people. And I felt like being just, when you growing up, I learned behaviors. I seen a lot of behaviors that I picked up and I used in my home, which was wrong. I was insecure about a lot of things. I was controlling about a lot of things, and I wanted things to go my way, and I tried to force my will on somebody else, which was wrong. And that's what I learned in the domestic, that I was forcing my will due to my insecurities, my lack of failure. I wanted to control my wife. I just was hurt with a lot of things, and I took it out on her. And that's what I learned. I learned that in domestic violence when it came to my relationship, because that's a lot of that stemmed from that. I was trying to be too controlling.
Okay. So what happens now if you go home and you have a disagreement with your wife or another family member? How do you handle that without getting arrested?
For me, I learned a lot of techniques. I learned a lot about myself being here. It's not that serious. Especially having a clear mind. Like a lot of the times I was under the influence. So that's one of the things I know I definitely have to stay away from. But when I got that clear mind and I got the tools, I know how to walk away now. I know how to. It ain't time to talk right now, or I can't make nobody talk to me right now. Even if I'm acting nicely, I know how to walk away now. I got the tools, the proper tools to walk away.
Okay. How is your release plan different this time from the last time you were released from incarceration?
Say that again.
Your release plan, how is it different from previous times when you were released from incarceration?
Actually, the difference is I actually prepared my release plan. Any other time I left from here, I just left. I just left and went out there and tried to wing it. I actually sat down, wrote a relapse position plan with my recovery coach. So I got all my list of goals of what I want to do, how I want to do it. We're gonna continue with it. If I am granted parole, we will continue it. He will help me follow through with my recovery goals and relapse position plan. So that's the difference. I wrote it down. Before I just went out and just went home. I didn't do none of that. I just went home and tried to do things as I went along.
Okay, very good. Let's talk about your short-term plans for employment from when you first get out. You're gonna need to make some money and generate some income. What do you plan on doing?
Right now, like I said, Nadine, she's the CEO of the church that my mom's go to. Her husband owns a company where he does lawns. So I already got a job with that. That's already secure.
What's the job? Can you say what the job is again? What kind of work is it?
It's landscaping.
Okay, landscaping. That's what I thought you said. Mowing lawns. Okay. So
and I have another resource. His name is Jerry. He does roofing. So I'm set up with him too. I got ABC plan when it comes to jobs.
Okay.
I got my OSHA 10, so
yeah.
I'm looking to be a flagger. I know somebody that does the flagging job.
Okay.
So
all right. Yeah, and you should have some long-term plans, some bigger goals, like you said, for down the road. But in the meantime, need to start landscaping or whatever you can get, flagging, whatever it is, right away. Yes. So you have stability and can help support your family.
Yes.
Okay, sir, those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sarkoff, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Councilmember Keys, do you have any questions?
Just one. Thank you for answering my colleague's questions. Your answers answered almost all of my questions. I just wanted to ask about, you had previously mentioned kind of self-medicating because of some things that you were struggling with, and that was part of your drug use. Have you considered counseling, and that maybe having someone to talk to might help you to address some of the things without leading to self-medicating?
That's funny that you say that. I actually, my wife has, she uses therapy. She got a therapist. And I kind of scheduled for her to take me on too. So not only for couple therapy, but for therapy too. But I was waiting to see if I was going to make parole or not. But definitely because I need a lot of therapy, because a lot of things that I still need to get off my chest that I need to deal with. And that's kind of why I stayed in a lot of these groups being up here, because that was my therapy. I got to talk. I got to get a lot of things off my chest, which I needed. I was holding a lot. I was holding a lot. So that helped me a lot. Definitely need therapy. I definitely been looking into that.
Right. And you may want your own. Maybe she could refer you to somebody else that she knows and trusts, that counselor, but maybe have your own so you don't feel weird talking about your wife or whatever, and she won't feel weird talking about you as you guys go through it. But I think that's great. I think that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Edwards, I just have one question. We're not gonna use any names here, but the victim, in this case, the person that you plan to continue a relationship with, the initials are DE, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, we're talking about the same person. Okay, sir, we're gonna hear from the Office of Victim Services now. So during this time, you can listen, please don't interrupt, and then we'll reconnect with you when they're done, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. I do have a statement and it reads as follows. Dear members of the board, I'm writing this statement because I would like for you guys to know how deeply I'm affected by the situation at hand. I'm all for him being released early because the time he just did allowed him to sit and take time out and work on some things. And he has really been reformed from the things he's learned. Also, without him home, it is a total burden on me. I was hit by a car 2 years ago, so physically I'm not able to work or do a lot of things, and I have no help due to me losing both parents suddenly. Also, I have no children, and all my grandparents are deceased too. So basically, he is all I have left. It's really rough and hard for me. He is a wonderful person who's just struggles with substance abuse and PTSD. So jail is really not a place he needs to be. He needs to be home, working and helping me. I believe with some type of therapy and treatment, he'll be just fine. And I would be able to help set up therapy with my therapist if he was to be released. Thank you. That's all I have, board members.
Okay, thank you very much for that statement from the victim. Okay, Mr. Edwards, so what's going to happen now is that we are going to talk about your case and deliberate, just like in the last hearing, and then we'll come back to you and give you an answer. You can listen again, sir, but please don't interrupt during this time.
Okay.
Thank you. So Mr. Edwards is here on a rehear. He was asked to complete some programs, not get any disciplinary reports. He appears to have done that. He's also put together a relapse prevention plan connected with CCAR. He's here for this violation of protective order and risk of injury. The victim testified that they are in favor of his release. He has 6 years of special parole to follow this, so we'll have to set the conditions for all of that if we are in favor of this. He's completed Tier 2 domestic violence, smart recovery. There are some protective orders in place. He wants to go to a halfway house, I believe. Is that right? We'll go to halfway house. We have a sponsor here. Let's check that. Yeah, so they weren't able to confirm the sponsor, so we'll just have to add the halfway house for now, and then we can sort that out after. He has some long-term goals of getting his CDL, but has some short-term opportunities to possibly be working in landscaping or flagging. He sounded good today and reflected on his past poor decisions and wants to move forward in a positive way to be a better role model for his family, his children. Councilmember Sarkoff?
I agree. I'll support this question of day.
Councilmember Keys?
I agree as well.
Okay, let's talk about stipulations. This would apply to his discretionary parole and his special parole term. I had no alcohol. I have mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. And then I had community-based behavior management for domestic violence. No contact with the victim, DE, without the parole officer's permission. Anything else?
You said halfway house?
I did.
Okay. Do we want to stipulate, I want him to get mental counseling, do you want to be a stipulation?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna put it down. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's, he talked a lot about that being
Yeah.
part of all this, and I
Yeah.
think that, I understand it's only two, but in this case, I think that we should add it.
I'm always in favor.
Okay. So in regards to Terrence Edwards, inmate number 257957, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole under after today's date, June 30th, 2026, the following conditions that are in addition to the standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based behavior management for domestic violence treatment, no contact with the victim, DE, without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second? In favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Edwards,
Thank you.
been granted discretionary parole. Good luck. Okay, follow through with your plan. Use all your supports, like you said. You got this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
This includes the hearing for Terrence Edwards 257.
Good morning.
Good morning, can I have your name, please?
I'm Joshua Thompson.
Morning, my name is Professor Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Foreign Control. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Stazauskas.
Keith.
Alex Starkov.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Joshua Thompson, 337041.
Also present this morning is Dr. Walker. He is currently serving, this hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Joshua Thompson, 337041. He is serving a sentence of 25 months for burglary third and larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 2nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. No programs has been completed. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls to the be highlighted. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Sir, would you like to make an opening statement or would you like us to ask questions?
I just wrote a little something real quick that I wrote.
Yeah. You can go ahead and read that. You can read that now.
Yeah, while I was in county, I had a third shift painting job for almost 14 months. And as I got transferred here, I've completed my groups on my OAP, and I attend NA and AA meetings weekly. I said, and I've also been attending morning meditation group every morning in the dorm as well. I put a relapse prevention plan together real quick just to avoid old places and things. And if I run into a problem that would, jeopardize my sobriety, I'd immediately reach out for support and use the healthy coping skills that I've learned. 3 main goals for me is to stay accountable, maintain my sobriety, and make positive decisions to be a better man for myself, my family, and my son. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, very good, Mr. Thompson. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. When that's done, we'll talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer today.
Okay, thanks.
I just wanted to clarify something though, so that you understand what's at stake today, because sometimes this is misunderstood. You have special parole running until May 31st, 2027.
I was under the impression my special parole was over in June.
June of 26?
Yes.
Okay, we'll confirm that. My
I'm
information.
sorry, I mean January, not June. I apologize. January
of 27?
Yes, correct. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to double check that while we're having this hearing and make sure. But what I want you to understand is that special parole is really your end of sentence state. Do you understand that we can hold you all the way to the end of that, right?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so that, that's all part of this. We're gonna clear all this up today and figure out what we're gonna do, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Member Sarkov. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning, how are you?
Pretty good, thank you. So you have quite a criminal history that goes back all the way to 2010. Have you been able to figure out why you keep coming back to prison?
Yeah, mainly alcohol and cocaine use.
Okay, help me understand why you committed this particular offense, burglary 3 and larceny 3. Were you working at the time?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
I had left the job that I was at in Waterbury because of transportation issues when I left the halfway house.
Okay. And what led you to commit these offenses?
Excuse me?
What led you to commit these offenses?
I was under the influence of alcohol, and I was just, I was in a bad spot, and I made a bad choice to break in there and take the money out of the safe.
And you knew you were in special parole at the time, right?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that you completed all your programs in your OAP.
Yes, correct.
You done an addiction services program?
Yeah, that's part of the groups that I go to.
You mean the AA and AA?
Yeah, through through addiction services. I signed up for I was on a waiting list, but I go weekly now to both of them. And I do the morning meditation group that we have in the unit every day. It's part of the top program, but I'm not in the top program, but I go to it every day.
Okay, but have you seen an addiction services staff to refer you to like a tier program? Tier 2,
No,
tier 4? You're still on the wait list for that, right?
Basically, yeah, and they said I was, basically it's just I'm too short. They said, so I just do the meetings as much as I can.
You do have a drug and alcohol score of 5, right? That's the highest possible.
Yes, correct.
When did you start AA and AA meetings?
Probably about a month after I got here. There was a waiting list.
But how long approximately would you say?
About three and a half months ago, roughly 3 months.
How are the meetings going?
They're good. They help me a lot. I've never done the meetings in recovery really. I just never really cared to, but I'm trying to change my life around for my family and my son. That's, I'm 37 years old. I need to get my life together. I got a lot of family that loves me and supports me, and I just keep letting them down. So I'm trying this something new by doing the meetings and everything to try to figure out where the problem's coming from.
Have you been able to figure it out?
It's mainly just, bad decisions, bad choices, and getting mixed up with the wrong people when I was younger, and me making stupid choices.
When you were out in the community, you've never done any kind of substance abuse treatment?
I did Rushford in Middletown once.
But you've never done AA and AA meetings? That's new for you?
Oh yeah, of course. I lived in a sober house one time, and I did NA meetings there. I'm open to do all that as well. I already have a schedule made up for like meetings in what town and what time that I've written down out of the little pamphlet. So I know that I have stuff set up for so I leave here. So I have a meeting to go to attend and stuff, and with some sober friends that I've met.
Where are the meetings that you're going to go to?
In Britain and in Middletown on Main Street. My father goes to the meeting, so
He's been clean 11 years, so him and a few of his like old friends that are clean, I'd be going with them.
Okay, how do you think your release plan is going to be different this time?
Well, I know I I have a really good support system, and I actually want to do the right thing this time. I'm tired of coming to prison, and I need to be there for my son. I can't be a father from in prison. I'm just through with this. I can't. I can't do it anymore.
How old is your son?
He just turned 5 a few months ago. Starts kindergarten in September.
What do you think is going to be difficult for you when you're released?
To get back in good graces with my son's mother, to be hopefully, you know, for visitation and to take him for the weekend. I gotta prove to everybody that, you know, I'm really doing the right thing. I want them to see that. Make everything a lot easier to be able to spend time with my family.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Keys.
Thank you. Looking at your criminal history, I had counted 10 counts of violation of a protective order when you were between the ages of 22 and 35. And then reading some of the other documents, it looks like the mother of your child had lost custody to DCF for a while because of the domestic violence relationship. But then maybe she got him back. Are you allowed to have contact with your son?
Yeah, there's no order between me and my son. We, like a few months ago, we had court for this, and they're in the process of trying to, modify the order so we can meet up with each other to, you know, exchange my son. So it's not such a hassle to have my parents or her parents do it. So the judge, said, you know, when I get home, and they're gonna look into it more and try to set up a place where we can meet in public to, you know, do the exchange and everything like that. Because I really want to be there for my son, and I can't do that from prison, and I can't do that if I'm going to drink alcohol, because it's my family's more important to me, and I'm finally opening my eyes and realizing that. It took me a long time.
Yeah, your son's gonna need that building of trust too, and consistency, right?
Yeah, my parents are getting old. I have to be there for my mother. My sister has special needs, so she lives with my mom, and it's a big headache and stress on her. So I'm trying to turn a new leaf so I can actually be there like I should be, like she was there for me when I was young, you know. It's hard.
Yeah. A lot of responsibilities you're talking about. What's your number one priority?
My number one priority is just to maintain my sobriety. Because if I can't do that, then I'm not going to be able to do any of the other things that I want to do. That's the most important thing to me right now, is just to, you know, maintain my sobriety.
My last question, you had mentioned, you know, the effects of being in a really bad car accident when you were young. Do you think counseling to deal with some of those, you know, lingering effects and anything else that's gone on in your life, have you ever tried counseling to help?
No, I think I need to, though, because I think that's stemmed from, you know, the alcohol and the drug use, maybe from, you know, flashbacks or the bad dreams I've been having, you know, just, it's a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm trying to dig myself out of the hole with step by step.
It'd be nice to have somebody doing that with you, and they might have a strategy that they could walk you through that would hopefully help. So if you're open to that, I think that would be great. And then that could help you to achieve the goals you want. So, okay, that's all I had. Thank you for answering my questions.
No problem.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, have you completed the domestic violence program during this incarceration?
No, they told me I didn't have to this time because I didn't get arrested for domestic. I just had new philosophy.
You're still incarcerated for domestic violence, though, because of the special parole that's running. Do you understand that?
Oh yeah, I did it at home and then in prison before I came home. I had to pay to do it when I came home, and I did that in Waterbury. I had to pay. It was like $7 or $10 a class.
Yeah. Did you finish that or no?
I had 3 more groups to go before I was done.
You know, according to my records, domestic violence is on your offender accountability plan on the documents that I have. So just to let you know. All right. I think we're done with the questions, sir. So we're going to talk about your case now and deliberate and I give you an answer. You can listen during this time, but please don't interrupt.
Okay.
Thank you. Member Sarkoff.
Sure. Mr. Thompson rates very high for risk of recidivism. He was on special parole when he committed the instant offenses, and he does have a very concerning criminal history. There's some violations of protective order, some larcenies and burglaries. Most of his history is related to his alcohol use and substance abuse. While incarcerated, he completed the New Thoughts program. We didn't talk about this, but he did receive one disciplinary report last year. It was not ticket of violent nature. Just wanted to know that for the record. He completed New Thoughts, and he began to attend AA and NA meetings several months ago. His drug and alcohol score is 5, and has not completed the tier program. He seems serious about sobriety this time. You know, he talked about it as one of his main priorities. In fact, his main priority is to stay sober. I do have him denied today just because of his record and the fact that he was in special parole. At the same time, I would like to give him a chance to come out and hopefully get another chance at special parole. So I know we have a few choices to discuss. My preference would be to release him at the end of sentence, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I agree with all of you said, and I do hear in his voice his motivation to be sober. It sounds like he's really sincere about wanting to be a better father, and that's kind of his motivation, I think, this time. So based on his participation in AA and NA, I would be willing to release him at the end of his sentence. I have an estimated end of sentence at December 18th in my record, 6 months. And that's not based on his necessarily completed programs, because he didn't complete domestic violence and a tier program that I think he probably needs a little bit more than AA and NA. Yes. I'm glad to see that he is doing some things and has prioritized his sobriety so that he can be a better father. So that's why I'm in the same place you are. Panel Member Keys.
I'm in the same place, yeah. I really appreciate the interest today, and in terms of his plan for uniting with his son, it's through family court and through the proper channels.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds really good, but yeah, I would feel more comfortable if you had the benefit of some of those programs before his release. But yeah, I don't think we need to keep him beyond, so they have a special program.
Yeah, my end of special parole date still is May 31st, 2027. Right. So that's not going to come into play today in this hearing. Yeah. Regardless. So let's talk about the now reasons. I think I'm going to make 2 motions here, and then just to keep this clean. I had criminal history, poor performance while in community release, which includes his current violation and his past ones. Inadequate institutional program participation. That's it. Those 3. Yep. Okay, let's take care of that motion first, and then we'll move on to setting the special parole conditions. In regards to Joshua Thompson, inmate number 337041, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history, his poor performance while in community release, and his inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. I'm going to further move that he be released onto his special parole at the estimated current end of sentence date of December 18th, 2026. With the following conditions to apply to his term of special parole: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, behavior management in the community for domestic violence. I have victims C, B, and RA. Yeah. I have second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Thompson, did you understand all of that?
Yes.
All right. So we had a couple different options. Like I said, our end of special parole date that we're dealing with today on our records is May of 2027. It's not really going to come into play because based on your statements and the way you presented today and your work toward rehabilitation, and we decided that you should use the rest of your time that you have to continue on your sobriety work, but then you go home at the end of your estimated end of sentence in December this year, and then return to special parole. Okay, so you're going to have supervision for a short period of time when you get out. Our records say 5 months. I know you said a month, so it'll get sorted out.
Okay.
I really wish you the best of luck, sir.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So December 18th.
That's the date that we used. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. You guys have a good one.
This is a hearing for Joshua Thompson.
Hello.
Good morning, can I have your name, please?
Something from before? I don't know. He said a lot. Good
morning, can I have your name, please?
Special parole tips.
Jonathan Marino.
Good morning, my name is Barack Mr. Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. I state your names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Aileen Keys.
Alex Tucker.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and email number for the record.
Jonathan Marino, 396-775.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a publication of Jonathan Marino 396-775. He is serving a sentence of 15 years execution and 25 months with 10 years of probation for 2 counts of sexual assault. As of today, records reflect the probability dated October 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has the following programs. PSB short track. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system for the offender's overall score for considering a falls in the hurricane. There's also a static 99 of a 2, which falls in the low spot. This is your opportunity to express the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Yeah, I should be immediately released on parole because I've been ticket cleared for about 1.5 years now, almost 2 years. I've completed my sexual assault program. I've been working nonstop since I got into jail. I've been working as a chairman twice. I was working down laundry, and now I'm working back at being a chairman. I basically learned how to control myself with everything, with my anger, anxiety, depression. I've been more confident about myself and whatnot. And when I get released, I'd rather just be working nonstop and just focusing on myself and my parents, and that's it.
Okay, very good, Mr. Marino. Thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're all going to take turns asking you questions. And when we're done, we're going to deliberate, talk about your case, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay.
My colleague, panel member Keys is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your opening statement. You did complete the short track sexual behavior program. Can you tell us, with what you learned, how you view what happened before that got you in here?
So what got me in here before everything, I was dating this girl that lied to me saying that she was 18, but she was underage. And I was dating her for 4 years. But in reality, I should have never dated her in general because of the age limit and whatnot. And when I took this sexual assault program, I learned how to control myself and sexual behavior. Stop reconsidering my thoughts and whatnot. And look out. And it taught me how to look out for potential warning signs and like okay signs. I think, yeah, that's it's hard to remember. It was a while ago. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, you said that she lied and, she told you she was 18, but you ended up moving in with her and her family. And so you would live with her while she was still going to high school and stuff,
Yeah.
right? So you knew at a certain point that she was underage.
Exactly, was underage. But if I remember, the family member, the parents didn't mind at all because they said that I was actually good for her, like with everything, her emotional status and her well-being, basically.
Because you did know, she was in counseling, she was struggling, she had a suicide attempt at one point. So did you think at all that maybe adding this would not be helpful for her, or?
I thought staying might be a little bit better for her so she doesn't actually commit harm or suicide, because I lost a lot of people, close friends, to suicide in my life.
Now, didn't you threaten her though and tell her and assault her at times in the relationship? Wasn't there some threats and assaults?
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time? It glitched out.
That's okay. Hadn't you also at times threatened her and assaulted her?
I never assaulted her, miss.
No.
Nor threatened her, no.
Or her mom?
No. I never have.
What was going on in your life at that time that you think may have contributed to you getting involved in that situation?
At that point, what was going on? If I remember correctly, I got kicked out of my parents' house. Well, about to get kicked out of my parents' house. Then I met up with a friend, an old friend, Jade, that introduced me to her. And that's when everything started, basically. Because she told me that she was 18, and she even told me that she was 18 too. But in reality, I should have known better.
How can you design your life differently when you get out so you're not likely to get caught up in something like this again?
I just want to be working and focusing on myself, being a better person, a human being, making sure I have enough money and not enough money, enough wealth so I can retire at a rightful age and just be happy at the end of the day,
Do you have, what friends and social network do you think you'd have when you get out? Are you going to kind of restarting that?
I'm probably gonna restart it. I only have one friend right now. And that's, he's been there since day one when this all happened.
So, but he's a good influence, he'll be good, because, you know, who you surround yourself with is so important for what they draw out in you and what they expose you to.
They expose me to things that I like. Like for me, I like automotives. Like he always tells me that when we get out, we're gonna go look at cars and go to like car meets and whatnot. Basically, he's just a good person and emotional support and whatnot. I'm able like to talk to him actually like how I feel and stuff, like making little bits of lies just to tell them like, yeah, I'm okay and whatnot. But he actually knows that what's going on and whatnot. He doesn't tell me like, don't hide it, just tell me the truth and whatnot. He's actually one of the first person that actually like I can actually trust and talk to and be with.
That's great. I'm glad you have that. That's really helpful. Let me just review real quick. So you have not been able to take domestic violence, which is on your, or which you're waitlisted for. And you're also waitlisted for an addiction treatment program. See, are you participating in any voluntary programs, or, you know, how else are you spending your time in there aside from the program you had taken and working?
Besides working, I'm going to, I'm going to Bible study and Catholic Mass on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Do you want to continue that in the community?
Oh yeah, of course.
Does your friend go to those as well, or he has to? But
He doesn't go to that. He's Muslim, but he doesn't follow his own religion though. He's only been in America for about 4 or 5 years now.
and you may develop, you know, find new positive friends if you join a church in the community. So it's a good way to build your supportive network. That's great. Okay, so I did have record. You were in New Thoughts last year, but only for like a week or so, and then were removed. No, what happened with that?
It was not, so I was in New Thoughts for just a day, then the next day I got transferred over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering if, yeah, sometimes that does happen. Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. And your release plan, if I saw it, you had halfway house, you had, I think, take any job, which is good, you're open to any job. Therapy, you wanted to engage counseling, right?
Exactly. Because instead of like talking to my friend, putting all my stress on him too, like I'd rather have like actually like person I can actually talk to or call when I need somebody to actually like talk to about like serious matters and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's excellent idea. All right, I think that's all I have for questions. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Marino, my records indicate that you don't have a criminal history. So you really haven't been on supervision in the past, what, parole or anything like that?
No, sir, this is my first time.
Okay. So do you understand what happens if you go out and you use, say, acid, LSD, or mushrooms? If you do any of those things when you're out on parole, what do you think is going to happen to you?
I'll be right back in here.
All right. Because you have 10 years of probation. There's a lot of supervision here. They're not going to fool around. They're just going to bring you back. You understand that, right? There won't be a court date or anything. They're just going to pick up in a car and drive you back to the prison.
No, exactly. I know that, sir.
Does your friend that is your support, does that person use illegal drugs?
He only smokes marijuana, but I used to smoke marijuana before I came in here, but that's not going to even happen to me anymore. I don't need that in my life anymore.
Okay. Yeah. I think the mental clarity for you is important when you first get out, especially, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And don't let yourself get tripped up by those things. And then, you know, you get arrested for something else, this is all going to go downhill. I only had this conversation with you is because you have never been arrested before on parole. I want to make sure you understand that there are going to be a lot of rules. Some of the rules aren't even crimes, you know? So they may say things like, we don't want you drinking alcohol, or we don't, you know, you have to comply with, maybe they say you got to do domestic violence program. You would have to do those things And just like with other stuff, if you don't complete it, you come back, you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
That's a really good question. I like to say that since I got in here, I changed a lot, honestly, mostly with my emotions. I know how to like control my anger better, my depression, how to like control it by like when I get depressed, like I have to do something to like get my mind off it and whatnot. My anxiety mostly is the most important because I have high anxiety, but when I get the anxious feeling, I just walk around the dorm or I just actually start reading the book or even start reading the Bible, which actually really helps me a lot.
Those all sound like good techniques to handle stressful situations, you know? So that way you don't end up back in any kind of trouble, you know? All right, well, thank you for speaking with me. I'm gonna see if my colleague has anything. Member Sarkoff.
I'm also, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Marino, those are all the questions. So what's gonna happen now is that we're gonna talk about your case, deliberate. You can listen during this time, but please don't interrupt, okay?
I got you, sir.
Okay. Member Keys.
You know, I had come in thinking that I was a deny, but I appreciated Mr. Marino's answers and looking further at my notes and everything. He doesn't have a criminal history. To all accounts, the parents had allowed him to move in, and that the victim in this case was struggling, and both the parents and everyone felt that this maybe it was helping her. Clearly, the victim had provided a statement that it did not, and it caused her a lot of trauma and grief over the time. And I could see Mr. Marino, his familial circumstances and everything were a challenge at that time. But again, this is no criminal history. I think he could really benefit from the supports in the community as he's transitioning and developing his life in the community. I really appreciate, as he's talking about his support network, the way you described him and that open communication, which he was not prompted to say that, but the fact that he knows that's important and he has that is significant. And so he has convinced me that I have faith that he could do well with some community supervision, community support. So I have appreciated it today.
Okay, thank you. One thing that I wanted to point out that you didn't talk about was that there was a long time in between the time that this occurred until when he was arrested. He didn't really pick up any of the charges, was out in the community living, and not engaged in criminal behavior as far as I can tell. So, I'm going to have a number of stipulations. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I'm also in favor of it. He sounded good today, and I think he's prepared himself to be able to handle stressful situations. And he talked about how he's changed and he can handle things better now. I did want to mention too that although there was some reports that the victim had lied about his age, Mr. Marino does admit that he knew at some point that what her age was, and that he did not discontinue the relationship at that point. He understands that was a mistake, according to what he said today. So, I don't remember Sarkoff.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. I'm just wondering.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the STIFs, Member Keys.
I had no contact with victim.
JW. Yep.
Healthy house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary.
Okay. And community-based treatment for domestic violence. I also have problem sexual behavior treatment in the community and no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission. Yeah. I understand the circumstances of this, but he's going to be out on parole. Looks like his period of parole is not going to be long. We're just talking about 5 months here, I think. Then he'll go into probation. So this would be a good test for him over the next 5 months. Are we ready? Okay. So in regards to Jonathan Marino, inmate number 396775, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 30th, 2026, following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Community-based behavior management for domestic violence. Community-based behavior management for problem sexual behavior treatment. No contact with minors without the parole officer's permission. No contact with the victim, JW. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Marino, did you hear all of that?
Yes, I did, sir.
Alrighty, wish you the best of luck. You're gonna be granted parole. It's gonna take a couple of days. We'll have to sort out your halfway house placement and that kind of thing. But someone will be in touch with you soon.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Have a good day now.
677. Good morning, can I have your name, please?
Good morning, Ruben Ortiz.
Good morning, my name is Rob Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the County Board of Pardon and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. They are stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents, and available pertinent information in preparation of the hearing.
Robert Sazowski.
Aileen Keys.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Ruben Ortiz, 405652.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Ruben Ortiz, 405652. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended every 3 years with 3 years of probation for criminal possession of a firearm and reckless endangerment. As of the state records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 22nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. No programs has been completed. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system score, the offender's overall score for considering the falls in the bottom range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you think you should create a parole. Maybe yes.
Sir, would you like to make an opening statement or would you like us to ask questions?
You can ask your questions.
Okay, at the end, if there's something that we didn't cover and you want to cover, make sure you let me know and I'll give you an opportunity to tell us about those things that we missed, okay?
Okay.
All right. So what's going to happen today is that we're all going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with the questions, we'll talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer today.
Okay.
Ready? I'm going to start with the questions this morning. So you have these charges, criminal possession of a firearm and reckless endangerment first, right?
Yes.
Why don't you tell me what you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
I've learned that I am devastated by being here without my family and how important I am to my circle and not only that, my community as well.
Okay. The reports indicate that you fired off a gun, it sounds like from a car, at a motel after you had a disagreement with some other people that were there. Can you tell us what was going on?
So I was at that hotel and the previous night before, I was pretty much approached by somebody, made a threat like if they were gonna rob me. And that's pretty much what it was, and then I proceeded to fire those shots and kind of like a warning, or I never meant to intended to actually hurt anybody or anything like that, but yeah, that's my bad decisions.
You understand how dangerous that is because those rounds, they don't disappear. You know they don't disappear, right? When you shoot them in the air, they come down.
Yeah.
A couple blocks away in someone's house. It could be in your family member's house. It could be anywhere. I mean,
that's also something that I learned while I was here as well. The impact that I'm gonna say straight bullet, but I think it's another word for it.
Yeah. I know.
The impact that could have as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really serious. And there's a lot of shooting and violence in it, especially the inner cities in Connecticut. And you do hear from time to time that, you know, someone will have a stray bullet go through their house, and this is how it happens. People firing off a gun in the air and then it lands somewhere, for someone's bedroom or something, you know?
Yes. Something I've given a lot of thought about since I've been here, because I've honestly never had really given that like a good amount of thought. You know, what happens to the bullets that are go in the air, and never, honestly, I never really thought about that.
Yeah, they come down. Yep. Why were you carrying a gun in the first place? What was going on in your life that you felt like you needed a gun at that point?
Well, as you know, I am a felon, so
yeah,
I wouldn't be able to get my pistol permit or anything like that. And I have a business. I have a registered business. Sometimes I carry large amounts of cash. I am in a inner city, you know, just for protection purposes.
Okay. So what are you going to do now if you get out and you have a business or whatever, you're carrying a large amount of money? What are you going to do when you're out?
I mean, certainly I can't carry any firearms or anything like that. That's for sure. You know, I just gotta, I suppose, put myself around the right people. Maybe I do plan on getting out of the city eventually, moving my business to maybe a better place, better neighborhood. But so yeah, certainly not carry any sorts of weapons or anything like that. And then now everything is you can even tap to pay with your phone.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to tell you, that there's no reason to be carrying large amounts of cash anymore. It's just not.
Exactly. You know, I need to be more on point with my deposits and such things like that. And there's really not a big need to carry too much cash on me.
Yeah, you can use Cash App, Venmo, all those things.
100%.
Yeah, everyone
100%.
has that. There's no reason, unless you're doing something illegal. There's no reason why you can't use those things.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Okay, you received a couple of disciplinary reports. I'm concerned because one of them was just recently in April. Can you tell us what happened at that one in April?
Honestly, that's one of the most, just to say it like that, it's one of the most stupidest situations I've ever been in. Honestly, my mouth got me into trouble is really all it is. I told a staff member, or I asked her a question that she couldn't count. And that really upset her. And it kind of went downhill from there. She told me to stand in the corridor. Actually, she told me to go to operations, and then she told me to stand in the corridor. So as I started walking towards operations, she made another direct order to stand in the corridor, and I took 2 extra steps, I guess, and that's honestly, that's how that happened. See, it's in the description of the ticket, of the disciplinary report. The description it's pretty straightforward. It's honestly, it's one of the stupidest situations I've ever been in. My mouth got me into trouble.
Well, I'm glad you're able to recognize your role in what happened. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
take accountability for. I mean, you could have probably avoided that, and it's not a good look coming to a parole hearing 2 months later. You know what I mean?
I agree 100%. 100%.
Okay. Now, have you completed the Voices program?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because I thought I had a note here that you completed that program. Can you tell us what you learned in Voices?
So one of the main things I learned in there was the profound impact that any crime can have on the community, your family, your peers around you. That's where we touched on the stray bullet thing, where it kind of really, it really drilled into my mind, because they touched on that subject, and there was also several videos of situations that happen to people and impacts on those people that honestly I never really even thought about, never mind considered.
Okay. Now, I also see that you're on a wait list for an addiction services program. Did you know that?
Yes, I am. I actually don't know why was I even referred to addiction services? I don't have any sort of substance abuse issues, neither have I ever. So I'm not 100% sure about that one. I asked my counselor in the unit, and he said that stuff gets generated by the computer sometimes, or when I got sentenced. That's honestly, it's a question that I have. I'm also on the wait list for small engine repair, or a kitchen, several things I've been put on a wait list for, and I haven't been called back.
Have you heard of anything? And when any of those might be starting or no?
All I heard is that the small engines is full. Kitchen has a fast turnaround sometimes, but maybe I don't know where would I be at on that list. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that.
Okay. This you had a previous assault first, very serious. You were on special parole. Did that involve a shooting, a firearm being shot?
No, not at all.
How is your release plan different this time from your life circumstances at the time you committed the crimes? How are things going to be different?
Well, number one is my business is in shambles, so I need to get that all together because I'm not there. My plan, honestly, this time has been devastating for me away from my family. I have 3-year-old twins. I have an 8-year-old son and a 14-year-old daughter, which have all felt this impact. I want to say more than me. And so my plan is just to get my relationship back with my kids and my fiance, and I got to work hard at those things, at my family relationship, my work relationship, and just make better decisions, period.
I know you said you owned a business and you want to get that restarted, but do you have any plans for like short-term employment so you can start generating some income as soon as you get out?
100%. Before I was incarcerated, I also do part-time work for Double Click Properties out of Waterbury, Connecticut. I do light handyman and contracting and some home improvement for them. So immediately after my release, I have a job guaranteed with them for the time being, and I will always bounce back and forth between I'm an automotive technician, so between automotive and home improvement, those have been my trades since I was a kid.
Okay, those are all the questions I have, Mr. Ortiz. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. Councilmember Sarkoff.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Keys.
I know you discussed with my colleague, not knowing why your substance abuse score is high, and I'm not sure if this is why, but I had in notes that when you were in Puerto Rico, your use of several drugs increased significantly to daily use, but that when your mother was diagnosed with a serious illness at 18, you stopped everything?
Yeah, so as a kid, my mom got terminally ill, which she passed during my previous incarceration, which was devastating. But when I was a kid, I'm 34 years old now, but when I was a kid, I definitely, I drank, I did a little bit of cocaine, nothing much past that though. I smoked marijuana, nothing much past that though, which those things are still bad. But ever since I had my first kids, and even after my previous incarceration, I don't deal with, I don't even drink. I stopped smoking cigarettes. I don't have any sort of issues abusing anything. I kind of, honestly, I got really into personal fitness, and that has kind of been, so to say, my drug for some years now.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if it's getting pulled from the old records of teen years and stuff, but all right, thank you for addressing that. One thing that I have read, it seems like, your initial offense was, a burst of anger that had serious consequences. And it was a significant amount of time with nothing. I believe you were early discharged from special parole before granted, early discharge from special parole supervision because you were doing so well and were stable for a long period of time.
Yes.
And then this happened. It was seemed like a kind of a burst of anger. And I'm just wondering, have you considered maybe engaging in counseling to see if you can work on how to manage when you feel that burst of anger coming on?
I actually have it. It's something that I talked about with my fiance a lot. She is an advocate for counseling and how do you say it? Yeah, counseling. There's another word I'm looking for, but for like counseling and people that help with those sort of issues. So it's nice to go see somebody, talk to somebody. So I kind of made her a promise that I would as well. Because I know it's worked for her, and I've never honestly, I'm open to new things and better choices. So I've never really done counseling or anything like that. So that would be something that I would try to help me with any future outbursts or just even in just future relationships. Period.
Yeah, and the adjustment to return to the community and adjusting to being at home with your kids again. It's going to be a huge adjustment. And then even if you don't like the first counselor you try, keep trying different people until you find somebody that you really click with and that you want to talk to and, be enjoy. But that's all I have for questions. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Ortiz, we're gonna talk about your case now and deliberate, and then we'll come back and give you an answer. You can listen during this time, but please don't interrupt.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else you wanted to add before we start with that? Because you really didn't make an opening statement, and I told you I'd give you an opportunity to speak at the end.
So I'm not sure if this is a good thing or not, but I know a lot of people write these letters and things like that. I didn't want to write anything that I can change or rehearse a million times to make sound good. I wanted to be forthcoming and honest and just from the heart. That being said, I do accept responsibility and accountability for my actions. I just want a chance to get my life back together and be with my family.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, like I said, you can listen, sir. Please don't interrupt, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Ortiz is here for these two charges: criminal possession of a firearm and reckless endangerment. First, very serious. He acknowledged that, he had this agreement with someone the night before and fired off a gun into the air, as he said, kind of like a warning shot. But understands now through programming that those bullets do come down, and he said he understands the impact and the danger he put the community in by doing that. He really hadn't thought of that in the past. He doesn't have a long criminal history. However, there is a serious conviction on here of assault first from 2015. Other than that, just a motor vehicle charge, as far as I can tell. He's rated for moderate risk to recidivate. He has completed the Voices program. He has the Addiction Services program on his OAP, and he is at 3, but my review of the records, I didn't really see any talk about an addiction problem pertaining to this crime anyway. And we heard that again today in the hearing. He does acknowledge that when he was much younger, he did use illegal substances. He had some disciplinary reports, 2 of them. So, I was pretty concerned with this one being until recent. It was a disobedience, and he acknowledges that he made a mistake and that he should have handled it differently. He said his mouth got him in trouble, and that the facts that are listed on the description of disciplinary report are exactly what happened. And he realizes that he should have had better control of himself and not allowed himself to get into that situation. He was granted a halfway house at one point, but then that was rescinded after he got that disciplinary report. Incentive sentence is in August of 2027. He has 3 years of probation to follow. I would like him to do an anger management program. I think he can do that in the community. I don't really think holding him for the Addiction Services program, in my opinion, is necessary at this time based on what I read. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues and what they say. Member Sarkoff?
So I'm going to support his discretionary parole today. I agree with the summary of the case.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a long criminal history, but he does have assault in the first degree from 2015. Sounding good today. I'll support comment with his answers.
Yeah.
Took responsibility for the disciplinary report, which did cost him, potentially early release.
Yeah.
I'll give him an opportunity, about a year parole before he starts probation.
Yeah, I agree. He seems sincere. I believe him, and I believe his reasoning for not making an opening statement. And that he really does want to do better for his family. Panel member Keys? Let's talk about the stipulations. I had no operation of motor vehicle. This is a place where he was driving a car. It sounded like there was some situation where he was working on cars for other people. That sound like right to you?
But he's an automotive tech though. I don't know if driving was.
Let me ask him what his driver's license is like. Mr. Ortiz, what's the situation with your driver's license? Do you have a license?
No, it is currently expired since I've been in here.
You're gonna have to get that straightened out before you can drive, all right? Don't drive. You're gonna get yourself jammed up if you drive around.
100%, yes.
So, and he fired a gun out of the car too. I mean, I think I understand. I considered that, but I think there was a problem with his driver's license. Also, as you mentioned, panel member Keys, I also feel like he can benefit from anger management. So I had community-based behavior management for anger management treatment. Is that okay?
Yep. Yeah.
Anything else besides those two? There's only a one though. Just
Looking, yeah, I did understand that, looking at, there was, but there.
yeah. I just think that he did talk about wanting to do it, and that I think he talked about his fiance helping him. Did he say that?
Yep.
So he was higher rated. I think I would be more comfortable with it, but since he has the support in the community and he's already talking about it, I think he can probably handle it on himself. What do you think?
You can do it voluntarily.
Yeah. Okay.
Seems to be on the track to get there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's brought that up himself about wanting to be in therapy and counseling. Yeah. Okay. So in regards to Ruben Ortiz 405652, I'm gonna make a motion, grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 30th, 2026. The following conditions that are in addition to standard parole conditions. No operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. And behavior management for anger management treatment. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Ortiz, did you follow all that?
Yes.
All right, you've been granted discretionary parole. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, can I have your name, please?
Excuse me?
Your name, please?
Angel Luis Torado.
That's not today, is it?
That's today.
Good morning, my name is Robert So Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sisowskis.
Amy Keys.
Alex Sarkov.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Sir, can you hear us?
I couldn't hear that.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Angel Luis Torado 347741.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Angel Torado 364741. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 5 years with 10 years of probation for illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 21st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. No programs have been completed. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, offender's overall score for the severe unit falls in the moderate range. There is also a static 99 score for 2, which falls in the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Please begin.
Excuse me, come again?
Sir, would you like to make an opening statement, or do you want us to start by asking questions?
Please, sir, by asking questions, sir.
Okay. Alrighty, so what's gonna happen today, Mr. Torado, is that we're gonna take turns asking questions.
Yes,
And
sir.
when we're done, we're gonna talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
My colleague, panel member Sarkop is gonna start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Toronto.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so you're here on illegal sexual contact conviction, right?
Yes,
do
sir.
Do you still deny committing that offense?
Yes, sir. I agree. I plead guilty, sir.
Okay, but I'm asking you if you actually committed this offense, or do you deny responsibility for the illegal sexual
No, sir,
contact?
I take full responsibility, and I'm very sorry, sir.
Did you sexually assault the victim?
Yes, sir.
You did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your interview with the parole officer not so long ago, you did not accept responsibility for that offense.
It's very hard, sir, because I gotta be true to myself. I did deny it because it never happened, but I had no choice. I had to take either 5 years or 20 years, sir. And I was not about to do 20 years for nothing that I ain't did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Did it actually happen or not?
No, sir. No, in the bottom of my heart, no, sir. It didn't happen. I had no choice to take 5 years.
You didn't want to take your child?
No, sir, because my lawyer said if I would have lost, I would have took 20 to 30 years, sir. So they would have gave me 5 years time and 10 years probation, sir.
Why do you think the victim would make up all the allegations like that?
I don't know, sir, because I've been with her a lot of years and she never said nothing. It was not. It was like 15 years after, so I have no idea why, sir.
Were you using any substances at that time? This happened a while ago, right?
I was on and off with using drugs, sir. Not every day, but it was on and off.
What were you using?
I was using crack and drinking and weed.
You're still on a wait list for addiction services, right?
Excuse me?
You're on the wait list for addiction services?
I think I'm taking a class right now. I already finished it.
What class are you taking?
Sexual abuse.
Right, problem sexual behavior treatment.
Yes, sir.
You're taking it right now, right?
I finished it.
Okay, you finished it when?
Like a week and a half ago.
Okay, what did you learn from that?
Excuse me?
What did you learn from the program?
Last one, I gotta stay away from kids and just take care of responsibility. To be responsible for your action if you did it.
Why do you stay away from it?
Yes, sir, from everybody. Stay away from a lot of people, from everybody. Just keep to yourself.
All right, well, you have no disciplinary reports, that's good. But I do think you can use addiction services program.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I have any more questions for you. I'm gonna pass it on to my
Thank you,
colleagues.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Mr. Torado, how do you think you've changed since you've been in prison?
Well, I learned a lot. I learned to keep to myself and try to be the best that I can be. You know, I've been here 3.5 years. I haven't got in trouble. I never got a ticket. And before that, I was in the streets 18 years and never got in trouble.
Well, you got in trouble first. You've been arrested before, convicted of crimes.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In
Yes,
New
sir.
York, yeah, New York. But it was a long time. You're right. It was a long time ago.
Very, very
Okay.
long time, sir.
Okay, those are all the questions I had. Panelmember Keith, do you have any
Thank you,
questions?
sir.
You had also been arrested for another alleged sexual offense against a child.
Yes, but yes, it fell because they never came through because it was a lie too.
So both lies. And that was in Connecticut, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, I did 9 months for that, ma'am.
You had identified street drugs as a potential risk for you. Have you ever taken a substance abuse program?
No, ma'am. But I could take it if you want me to.
Do you think you have a problem completing the problem sexual behavior program in the community?
No, ma'am. I'll take it too. I'll be very welcome to go. And I got 10 years of probation, so I really don't want to break that and then I'm going to do 20 to 30. So I really want to do my things right.
Good. That's good.
Thank you, ma'am.
We want that for you too. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, we're all done with the questions, Mr. Torado. Is there anything else you would like to add before we start talking about your case?
No, sir. I appreciate everything you're doing for me.
Okay, so we're going to talk about your case now. You can listen, but please don't interrupt, and then I'll come back to you with our answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sarkoff.
Okay. Mr. Tirado is here on conviction for illegal sexual contact. He denies committing an offense. He said he accepted the plea because he was facing a longer sentence if he went to trial. He does not have any discipline reports this incarceration. He says he completed problem sexual behavior treatment. To my records, scheduled to complete it July, but double check on that. He still has addiction services program on his OAP, and I would not feel comfortable releasing him today without completing the program, and so I'm going to be in denial.
Yeah, so I feel the same way. You know, by his own admission, he acknowledges that this played a significant role probably in his behavior at the time. He said he was on and off crack at the time that this was alleged that happened a long time ago. He also indicated that he'd be willing to take the substance abuse program, and I think he understands that would probably help him before he goes out, so he's better prepared to face the challenges that are ahead out in the community. I'd be willing to hear this case. I'd like to talk to my colleagues more about that, but we'll see where we go. But I'm not in favor of discretionary parole today. Councilmember Keys.
I also deny for today, but I did have down a read so you could hopefully complete programming. It'd be great if you could also begin for a vocational program, but I know that's not an OAP related or other issue, but.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have any disciplinary reports. You know, in my mind, I think he should have an opportunity to come back with the programs. If he's been able to go disciplinary report for you, sounds pretty good today. Is that a sentence since January of 2028? We can't go less than 6 months here. So I don't know what date do you think, Councilmember Sarkoff, would be appropriate?
I'm open to discussion. So it's the OS January of 28.
Yeah, I was thinking January 27. I don't know, 7 months.
Yeah.
He should really get here too, and then maybe something else, you know?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You okay with January 2027? Okay. Let's look at the reasons now for denial. I had nature and circumstances and inadequate institutional program participation. Go ahead. Okay, we're on the same page here. In regards to Angel Tirado, inmate number 364741, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense and his inadequate institutional program participation. And further move that we rehear this case in January of 2027. The following recommendations: complete addiction services program, receive no disciplinary reports, and complete any other positive programs. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Tirado, did you hear all of that?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have you come back in January next year. Okay,
sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
6 or 7 months from now. You need to tell your counselor. You need to tell your counselor when you talk to them. You need to get into an addiction services program before this next hearing. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All righty. Good luck.
All right, sir.
Can I have your name, please?
John Blackshear.
Williams, today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Audit and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Alex Becker.
Also present is the board psychologist. Can you, please state your name and inmate for the record.
John Blackshear.
Inmate number, please.
434-568.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for John Blackshear, 43458. He is serving a sentence of 3 years for larceny 3rd degree, carrying a dangerous weapon, violation of protective order, and failure to appear 1st degree. As of today's record reflective parole date of April 30th, 2026, there is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. Those programs has been completed. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for considering falls in a high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I pretty much learned my lesson. I taking the time to realize that incarceration just isn't for me. You know, I'm ready to further my life, kind of make better decisions, and just do better with my life.
Okay, Mr. Blackshear, thank you for your opening statement. We're going to take turns asking you questions today, and then after that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate and give you an answer, okay?
Okay.
My colleague Pam Member Keys is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Blackshear. Looking at your history, you do have a lengthy history of arrests and convictions, weapons possessions, a lot of weapons possessions, and then an assault. There was a stabbing during an argument with somebody that was not armed, even though with life-threatening injuries, and then of course your current offenses. Can you tell us what's been going on with your life? Who were you spending time with? What were you doing? And then what can you do differently the next time you're home?
So I was in a toxic relationship, hence the violation of protective order, but I was spending a lot of time with people I shouldn't have been spending time with, kind of making the wrong decisions, trying to keep a job. There's a lot going on at the time, but my mind wasn't in the right place at that time. I was still trying to figure out what I wanted to do with myself, and just, I was kind of on a journey of figuring out who I was, so making bad choices at that moment. But I've kind of taken the time while I've been in here to realize that I don't have that much time in life and I can't keep wasting it coming back to jail.
Okay. What have you, you said like your mind wasn't in the right place. Can you talk, where is your mind now? Like how, can you give us examples of maybe ways you've responded differently to things in your environment? Now, I know you have no DRs, so that's really good. So can you give us some examples of how you're thinking differently?
Not letting words affect me. Because at the end of the day, they're just words. You know, it's not that serious. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. So I kind of look at it as not really jumping the gun. Growing up, I had a lot of anger issues. So now I'm trying to not resort to anger or find a better way to resolve situations without having to jump the gun.
You are the subject of 2 non-expiring protective orders. Do those individuals, don't say their names, please, but do they live out of state? As far as you know.
As far as the one I think it's like one that hasn't gone away. I think that's one from Florida. Yeah, that's out of state.
I understand, obviously, you haven't been able to take any programs and you haven't been able to work a job, if my records are correct. How have you been spending your time in there?
Recently, I've just been getting closer, so religion-wise, just been getting closer towards religion, keeping my mind at ease, taking step at a time. I've been trying to get into programs, but obviously there's backups, a lot of people trying to get into the same program. But I've just been trying to keep positive and work better on myself. Just trying to keep myself productive. Reading.
What programs do you think would be helpful? The only programs that look like you've ever taken were Voices for 10 days in 2021 before you were released to a halfway house.
Right.
Is that right? Yeah. What programs do you think might be helpful?
I mean, I don't necessarily the DV. I completed that on the outside before I was incarcerated. But I don't see it necessary. I've left that relationship alone. I don't really need that. But I feel anger management is a good one. But I've got most of that down packed. I mean, it was just all with the people and the situation I was putting myself in. It's just really a change of scenery.
How do you think you'll, so if you're changing who you spend time with, how do you think you'll create a new life for yourself with a new social network that's more in line with where your goals are now?
So as far as that, I'm not gonna be looking for people to hang out with when I get home. It's more of if I find a job or where I decide to work, because I'm looking forward to trying to get my CDL. So it depends on just linking with people that are in the same goals when I get to that point in my life or that path once I get there. I'm not gonna be out looking to hang, or it's more of just getting myself together and kind of getting back on track to get myself in the right path once I do get back out.
Have you ever done some substance abuse programming in the community?
Yeah, I think the last time I was released in the halfway house, they had me doing programs like that. Yeah.
Have you heard of C-Card before?
No, I don't believe so.
It's a sober community, but they seem to have a lot of, social things as well. And so it just seems like a good group if you're trying to, find the like-minded people who could support each other and also do fun things together. It just might be to consider that, or a church also, finding a good church that you like. You talked about getting more in touch with your spiritual side. You do have a flat sentence. You don't have any community supervision built in. Do you think it'd be helpful to have support and access to services in the community? Would you like community support?
Yeah, I think that would be good. I have my family as well, so I mean.
And your family's in Connecticut, right?
The family that I do have supporting me, no, they're in Mass, they're in Springfield, so.
If you really send a sentence, you of course be free to go wherever. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were working as a cook, and you were hoping, at one point, you were hoping to return to that same job. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, well, I'm at the halfway house depending on what location I'm placed upon. But yeah, just for the time being, stay out of trouble and make some money.
Yeah. Okay. So your ultimate plan is to return to Massachusetts once you're end of sentence?
Yes, ma'am. Kind of go back, help my dad. He's got multiple sclerosis, so kind of help out the house.
Sorry to hear that. What's your number one priority when you get home?
My number one priority is achieving my license, kind of just making up for the lost time and things that I didn't do that I should have done that were important years ago.
The reason I ask is if it was about service to others or making sure that you get yourself on solid ground, because you can't help anybody else if you're
if they're still worrying about you and, you know, we're not, so I'm glad that your focus right now is on getting yourself stable and situated.
Yes, ma'am.
You have not been able to take any programs, but you did say you took deep in your community. Right, I don't think I have any further questions. Yeah, thank you for, oh, so, but you did take, so you said you took domestic violence, but then one of your current offenses is though for kind of following, it was domestic violence related.
Yeah, I was over an argument. Yeah.
What could you have done differently?
I probably should have never went out to check to make sure she was all right. She left at like, she wasn't home, it was like 3, 4 in the morning. I should have just stayed at the house and just waited. Cause at that time we were already separated, but I mean, it's still fresh, but we were living together. I was just trying to get money to get my own place. I had that in the works, but you know, feelings get involved and I should just stayed at the house, should have never left. And then
You were still living with her, even though you're broken up because you were trying to save money?
Yeah.
Which is smart logistically, but it's also probably a setup for conflict, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's all I have for questions. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Sarkoff, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you don't have any questions either. Mr. Blackshear, we're done with the questions.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about your case and deliberate. You can listen, but please don't interrupt.
Yes, sir.
When we're done, we'll come back to you and I'll explain to you what's going on, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Member Peach.
Thank you. The best I pronounce his name, the Black Bears, I'll say it. I'm sorry if that's wrong. You know, just score as estimated likelihood to recidivate is high. He sounds good today. He has a flat sentence, a flat 3-year sentence. He has not earned any DRs, which does support some of what he's saying about his new way of looking at things and handling his emotions and handling how, you know, when somebody's talking and putting that into context. But he has not been able to complete any programs, which of course is concerning. He does have domestic violence on his offender accountability and addiction services. I liked that he had taken domestic violence in the community, but then realizing the timeline that there was then a follow-up incident is of course concerning. I'd like to hear from my colleagues on your perspectives. The flat sentence is what has me kind of second guessing, wondering if he could be released into close, you know, supervision and support, parole supervision, complete domestic violence again, get himself started before he is end of sentence and then on his own. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. Yeah, so I would like to have him have some supervision in the community, but based on everything I've read and what I've heard today, I don't think at this point I'm prepared to do that today. I would be willing to bring him back in December though, having completed some positive programs and continuing on his run of no disciplinary reports. I think he would be in a better position then. He would still, according to my records, would still have 9 or 10 months at that point of supervision in the community. But let's hear what panel member Sarkoff has to say.
Yeah, I would prefer to have him complete the programs on his OAP and come back to CS. I have to be January, right? To 6 months.
Well, 6 months, it'll be the end of December. So, you know, because this hearing's at the end of June. So it'll be end of December would be 6 months.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to bring up, this hearing is at the end. So I think that December is okay. It's 6 months now.
Yeah.
That's the way I understand it. So, what do you think, Member Keys?
I think that's great. That resolves my being in the middle where we're giving him an opportunity for community support and supervision, but after he hopefully completes more programs. So I'm very comfortable with that.
Yeah. So this hearing takes place at the last Tuesday of the month, is that?
I think last 2 days of the month, right?
Yeah. So it'll be the last Tuesday in December if he ends up on the second again for Carl Robinson. So that's 6 months.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way to tell, like.
Yeah, he's going to be on the earlier one. It could have been 2 weeks earlier. Yeah, got it. Well, let's talk about the the denial of reasons. Inadequate institutional program participation for sure, right?
Yes.
Current offense committed on probation.
Yeah, that's right.
Those two?
Yeah.
Okay, so in regards to John Blackshear, inmate number 434568, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate program participation and that his current offense is committed while on probation. And further move that we rehear this case December of 2026. Following recommendations: complete positive programs, receive no disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Blackshear, you hear that?
Yes, sir.
This normally, when we do this, normally it helps people get into programs too. So you should be hearing something soon.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if that's not a guarantee, but I have seen that happen in the past. We do hear in your voice, all three of us had heard, you know, that you want to change and that you're on the cusp of that. We just need to see some programming, really. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So any program they offer you, just do anything, you know?
Okay.
And then we'll see you again in December, and then, you know, be prepared to explain to us what you learned in the program, and then we'll go from there, okay?
All righty, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This
Grand Rising,
have your name, please.
Corey Silvera Jr.,
Morning, my name is Robert Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by saying their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Eileen Keys.
Alex Starkov.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Corey Silvera Jr., 433443.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Corey's Gurley of 433443. He is serving a sentence of 31 months for violation of probation, assault third degree, and unlawful restraint second degree. As of the state records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 29, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. They have been reviewed and show the offender has completed the following programs. Problem sexual behavior short track. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the high range. There's also a static 99 score for 3, which falls in the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Corey Silvera Jr., and I believe that I should get parole because I'm extremely apologetic for my crimes that had happened and in the past, and I realized that I made a mistake, and you know, everybody makes mistakes, but I need to do better. And I completed my group short track, and I know my dynamic risk factors and my protective factors, such as my ACEs, which is avoiding, coping, and escaping situations during society movements. And I had a lot of time to reflect on my past transgressions and past what had transpired while I've been here. And I also signed up for this group called Tier 4. And I volunteer work for laundry loops and stuff like that. And I also did tier cleanup with the day room. I put the chairs away and I mop and sweep the floors. I have a lot of support in the community, such as my mother and my grandmother from my mother's side, and my uncle from my mother's side, and a friend of mine named Josiah Randolph, who lives in the community of Hartford, Connecticut. I also have a community health center that I go to called Capital Region. It's a mental health center that I go to for taking my medications, and I take my medications, which is Depakote and Prolixin. Prolixin is a psyche med.
Sir, hold on 1 second. This hearing is being live streamed to the public, and we have read all of your documents, so we know about all your medical situations. And we don't
Okay.
want to announce that all to the general public. It's not necessary. So we have read all of that. We have read all of that, though you can be assured that we did read about it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You can continue with, if you wanted to add anything else outside of mental health.
Outside of mental health, that I will get a job and stay proactive and focus on some things outside in the world, such as working and make sure that I make it home on time, no deviations between the time that I make it home and work. And I also would like to say that thank you for giving me your time to speak to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Silveri. Good job on your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to have some questions for you. We're going to take turns. When we're done with the questions, we're going to deliberate and talk about your case and then come to a decision, and then we'll give you an answer today.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the questions today. The first thing I wanted to talk to you about was you mentioned something about Tier 4. What do you mean are you in the Tier 4 program right now?
I didn't get the chance to go. I wrote them and they said that I have to go get ready to go to them, prepare to go to them. I have to speak to somebody to get ready to go to them.
Okay, so you're in the process of trying to get yourself into the program. You've written to them and you're advocating for yourself. Okay, good.
Yes.
Now, what if your end of sentence is in July of 27? So like 1 year from now, and you have a flat sentence. You don't have any supervision to follow, right?
No.
Okay. So what if you get out before you get a chance to do Tier 4? Do you know where to get addiction services programming in the community?
Yes, Open Heart, I think, is a place I can go to, which is on the south end of Hartford, Connecticut.
Yep.
And that'd be a place I can go to, and I can get some addiction services there. And but along with that, I would be mainly, I get disability in the public, so usually I would just go to my mental health center.
Yes, I'm sure that they can help you too with any of those resources. If you just explain what you feel like you need, they can point you in the right direction.
Yeah.
What have you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
Well, I learned a lot about myself. I learned that I used to be impulsive, and I would not really listen to my mother a lot. And my mother usually tells me the right thing, and you know how they say mother knows best. And she's always been correct with a lot of situations. She tells me to stay away from certain people, and just like person, place, and thing is what I have to stay away from, or just like change my person, place, and thing, so I could figure out how to better myself. And I better myself by exercising, by staying in shape for a healthy gut health, which is good for decision making, to make responsible decisions and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to write that down. You said a lot there. I read that you cut off your bracelet at one point, and you were out in Hartford trying to hide because you thought you were going to go to jail. Why did you think that you were going to go to prison?
Well, they changed my date from the court date to my date from the day I was supposed to go get my disability money. So I figured I was gonna go to jail. I didn't know that they would work with me. I was afraid and I was upset and distraught. I wasn't focused, and I went to the IOL. I was in the IOL for 12 days after I cut my bracelet off. But I turned myself in. I went straight to probation after I got out.
I want you to understand, and the reason why I asked the question is that the parole officers, the probation officers, they're not your adversary. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's not. Yeah, they want to help you to succeed. If you fail, it's not good for them. You understand? It's their job to help you. Okay, so you can't think of them that way. Like you got to take off and run from them because if you need something, you need a program, or you need help, you have a question about something. They're just another person that you can call for help.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Right, you understand how you could have avoided some of this, you know, if you would have just done that instead
Yeah,
of
I
taking
know.
off. Okay, you understand that now?
Mhm.
Okay. And then I read that you claimed that the unlawful restraint conviction was a mistake because the victim jumped and fell. It sounds, you know, reading it, it didn't sound like it didn't sound like it could be true. It really was difficult for me to read that and understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, well, let me explain it. I was playing a game called Brave Frontier on my phone, right? It's a game about elemental characters and stuff like that. I was laying down on my back on the bed while she was jumping on the bed. So when she was jumping on the bed, I kept saying, stop jumping, stop jumping. When I said stop jumping, like in the midst of me saying stop, she slipped and fell and her bottom hit my face. I have a sharp tooth. My tooth is chipped. See, in my face. You can't see it from there, but my tooth is chipped. And she fell and she said, "Ah, you bit me." And I said, "No, I didn't mean to bite you." And I told her father. I'm the one who told her father.
I read the story. Yeah. Yeah. We have all the documents. I know that some people found out later than others, and then it started this whole thing.
Yes.
All right. And you completed a sex offender program. Can you tell us about some of the things that you learned there so that, and that can help you when you're out in the community?
Yes, I learned my dynamic risk factors, which is like black and white thinking, which is the unwillingness to think of areas of shade of gray. My cognitive skills, which is to focus on the tasks at hand instead of put myself in situations that will transpire to me to doing bad things, negative things like negative thoughts. Broadcast thinking, which helps me think out loud, which means that if somebody was to read my thoughts, they would be thinking what I'm thinking. So they would sit there and say that, oh, this is wrong, or this is right. So that would keep me from thinking negative thoughts and stuff. I also know my ACEs, which is avoiding, coping, escaping. So it's such as situations like as if I was on a bus and it was a bus full of children, I would basically get off the bus and just avoid it all entirely and wait for the next bus. If I was going to, like, say, parole, probation, and call my PO and let them know that I'm going to be late, I'm going to come in on the next bus, you know, and I would,
Okay. All right, that's all pretty good insight into what you learned, and I'm glad you're able to share that with us. Let's talk about your disciplinary reports. You know, I see you received 2 disciplinary reports. I was a little concerned because one of them was just like last week, you know?
Yes.
What happened last week? You got a disciplinary report like 8 days before your parole hearing.
Yeah, I was in a dorm and I was passing out clothing like usual, like I usually do, and I was threatened. Somebody said that they were gonna hurt me because I put the wrong clothes on someone's bed, and I was tired of hearing that. And then they came to me later on during the day saying that they were gonna hurt me and they were gonna fight me. So I didn't want to. I refused housing. So I didn't want to cause any issues. I didn't want to put my hands on anybody and fight somebody, knowing that I was gonna get parole. You know.
Did they move you?
Yes, they did, to dorm 4B.
All right, let's talk about your release plan. When you get out, you want to go to a halfway house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see you have support from your mother and your grandmother in the community. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to them?
Pretty often when I get on the phone, I talk to my mother and my girlfriend, but my grandmother every once in a blue because she has a bad heart, so it takes her time to pick up the phone and sometimes she has to rest. So, but I talk to them very often. Yes, I do.
Okay. Does your girlfriend have children?
She has a son who's 16 years old.
16?
Yes.
Okay. She knows what you're in prison for?
Huh?
Does she know what happened, why you're in prison?
Yes, she knows.
Okay. And you say that you're going to use the support services of a mental health center that you're aware of that you've used in the past, and that's in Hartford?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you think is going to happen if you get out and you don't obey the rules of your parole? parole officer, what will happen?
I'm coming straight back to jail with no past go.
Have you ever been on parole before?
No, I haven't, but this is my first time for everything, and I promise to follow all the wishes of my parole officer and do everything I can do to make sure that I achieve my goal, which is to finish parole with flying colors.
You have to remember, they're there to help you, okay?
Yes.
It's part of your support system, in addition to your mother, your girlfriend, your grandmother, the mental health services, parole officers in that group of people, okay?
Yes, yes.
Alright, those are all the questions I have, sir. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. Panel member Sarkoff.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Silvera.
Good morning.
I just want to go back to your violation of probation. Well, can you tell us why you violated the probation?
Yeah, I cut off my bracelet, and it was wrong thing for me to do. I made a mistake. I violated because I wasn't listening to authority. I wasn't paying attention to my coping skills, and I wasn't focused on what I should be doing, which was just go to a mental health center and stay away from certain people. And that was the issue that caused me to violate.
I have one note from a clinician that says that you were not taking treatment seriously. Was that the case?
Yeah, I had stopped taking my medications at one point in time, but now I started taking my medications, and I'm always going to take my meds from now on. I've been taking them since I've been here, and when I was out in the world, I was actually taking them at first. It's just that I had made a mistake and just stopped taking them, and just was sleeping a lot and just not waking up to be able to, just focus on the day at hand and stuff. But now I've been taking my medications, and I realized that they're a big help. They help me focus on my mood. They keep me stimulated to do positive things, and I focus on doing the right thing while I'm in community. Yes.
Okay. You understand parole is a little different from probation.
Yes.
They're not going to give you that many chances. They might not give you any chances. You'll slip up, you'll end up back in here.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Panel member Keith. Okay. So, Mr. Silvera, we're all done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case and deliberate. You can listen during this time, but please don't interrupt, okay?
Okay.
I'll be back with you shortly. Okay, so Mr. Silvera is here for this violation of probation. He has underlying offenses of assault third and unlawful restraint second. I don't see any criminal history here beyond that, but he does rate high for his risk to recidivate. Looks like he's 35 years old now. He has a flat sentence of 31 months, so he has about a year left. Maybe a little bit more than that, July of next year. He's taken a sex offender treatment program. He was able to articulate several different things that he learned from that. I was impressed by his explanation and how he's going to use those things in the community to keep himself out of trouble. He gave some examples of riding on a bus, talked about in depth, like about actual things that he's learned. I thought it was pretty good. He has received 2 disciplinary reports for refusing housing. They're not violent in nature. In the last one, he said he was actually trying to avoid a violent situation. I've seen these kinds of disciplinary reports in the past, people in his situation. Although I don't advocate it, I accept his explanation for what happened. He wants to go to a halfway house. He has support from his mother's girlfriend, grandmother. He talked about support services in the community. He knows where he's received his mental health treatment in the past. He plans to go back to doing that. He also spoke about potentially participating in addiction services program in the community, and also knows where in his community to go to do that. So overall, I thought he sounded pretty good today, and I would be willing to grant his discretionary parole. Panel member Sarkoff. I would too. Panel member Keats. Okay. So let's talk about the stipulations. I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based behavior management for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with the victim, initials EO. Anything else?
No, that's it. I wasn't sure if we should do mental health treatment and medication compliance because that seemed to be the significant factor.
Yeah,
But
it was
compliant
yeah.
now, so.
Yeah. I did consider that, and I spent some time reading it.
Okay.
That did happen, was years ago. And he understands that he needs to take his medication now, and according to the documents I reviewed, that he's been, since he's been incarcerated, he's been very compliant, and he says today that he wants to continue that, so at this point, I think he could come back at some point if that turns out to be a problem.
Yeah.
We could add that, if we need to. Okay. Okay, in regards to Corey Silvera, inmate number 433-443, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 30th, 2026. Following conditions that are in addition to the state of parole conditions. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based behavior management for problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with the victim, initials EO. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Silvera, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys and have a wonderful day.
Yeah, we wish you the best of luck. Follow through on your plan, okay? You have a good plan.
I will. Thank you so much. Am I all set?
You're all set. Good luck to you. Morning, can I have your name, please?
Andrew Cody, CODY.
All right, just sit tight. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break.
All right, no problem.
Did they tell you they're coming back with how long they're gonna be?
5 minutes.
check back if you want. They ready to come.
Good morning.
Go ahead. And we're back to you.
Yeah. Morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. This is a hearing of the County Board of Park Road. Fellow board members and president, board names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available further information. Hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Eileen Hughes.
Alex Sarkoff.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and email number for the record.
Andrew Cody, CODY, 447118.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Andrew Cody, 447118. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended of 3 years for 10 years of probation, sexual assault, second degree, or risk of injury. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 10th, 2025. There is no amendment in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has to be the following program: new thoughts and problem sexual behavior short track. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the moderate range. There's also a static 99 of a 5, which falls at a moderate to high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Should be a good candidate for parole with me because being in here, I had to grow up. You know, I'm not the same person I was out there. I put effort in doing my programs, getting a job while I was in here. I went to VOCAD, did mechanical at McDougal. I always kept busy. And I have a job to go to when I get out of here. And I really like to get a second chance, you know. I'm not the same person I was. You know, I take full accountability of my actions. I shouldn't done what I did. I should have known better, but I take that shame with me everywhere I go now. So that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Cody. What's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. And then when we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today.
Okay.
Already, my colleague, panel member Sarkoff is going to start with the questions this morning.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Cody.
Hi.
So you've completed problem sexual behavior in the, while you're incarcerated, and you also completed in the community, right?
Yes.
With that knowledge, have you been able to figure out why you were convicted of this offense?
Yeah, sexual assault was what my case was, but I did something that I shouldn't have done, and that I was wrong for. You know, that's why I take full accountability of my actions. Will this happen again? No. Have I learned a lesson? Yes, while being in here. You know, this is not a place for me, you know. I have the programs I've done in here. I have the program with the outside program that I have to do. But yeah.
So, one of my concerns is that you have been convicted of a similar type of offense, not the same offense, but a similar type of offense in the past, right? 2019, risk of injury, yes. And you had completed treatment at that time. So why didn't it work at that time?
Well, see, I don't like minors. It was just a wrong place at the wrong time, and I should have known her age, and I never asked her age, and that was my fault, not hers. I should have known better, but yeah, this would never happen again. It's just not thinking, you know. I was just doing and not thinking, and I'm better at thinking now.
Okay, you have one disciplinary report for refusing housing. What can you tell us about that?
That was my second week in here. My cellie tried to stab me in my cell because he didn't want me in that cell when I transferred into that cell. So to not get stabbed or get killed, I refused housing to save me.
What did you get from the New Thoughts program?
New thoughts, knowledge, better ways to cope with problems. Let's see, expressing and learning new techniques in case something does go wrong. I can take that, go back to what I've learned and bring it out to the community so it wouldn't happen again.
Okay, and in that community, you planning to go, are you trying to go to the same employer, same job that you had before?
Yes, I have a letter from my company. Yes, I have the same job I'm going back to. I talk to my supervisors every day. Yeah, I chill with my supervisor constantly. So.
And we do have a letter from your employer saying that you're an excellent worker.
Yes, you want me to read it to you?
No, it's okay, we have it.
Okay.
You planning to sponsor to your parents' home?
Yes. Yes, I also have a CNA, so I take care of them too.
Yeah, I think that's all I have for you. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cody, you said you want to go to your mother's house. Has she talked to the parole officer? Do you know?
No, not yet. I know they tried calling and they weren't home. The landline wasn't working. Okay. And they tried to call back, but no one answered, called her back. Okay.
And when was the last time you talked to this employer? You said you talked to them frequently.
Yeah, I just talked to my supervisor yesterday.
Are you friends with Are you friends with them? Is that you consider that to be like a support for you?
Yes, I do a lot with my supervisor. Me and him, we are on a bowling league together.
Okay.
We go to the air shows with our company. Our subcontractor, Pratt Whitney, gives us tickets to go to the air shows. We go together. Yeah, we hang out, watch sports.
Okay. Does he drink or use illegal drugs?
No, he's a social drinker, not a heavy drinker, only special occasions.
That's not gonna play a negative role in your re-entering society, being friends with him, you don't think?
No.
Okay.
No.
When all this happened, it sounds like, when I read this report of this latest offense, you have pulled out of this plaza and we're leaving, right?
What was that?
You were pulled out of the plaza, right? You left after you got your coffee. You left the plaza, right?
Yep.
Why didn't you turn around? Why you could have just kept going and you wouldn't be here. Why did you do a U-turn and go back?
Because
you ever thought about that?
I really did, and
that split-second decision. If you just kept going
home, I wouldn't be in this predicament.
I know. Yeah. Everything kind of snowballed after that, and up until that point, you were fine. Yeah,
it did. Yeah.
What did you think of when you turned around, when you did the U-turn? What were you thinking?
That she was just standing there, needed help, and that's why I turned around and asked if she needed help, and she did.
I understand you said that, but what you did is not helpful. You know what I mean?
It wasn't right.
Yeah, it's not helpful. Even if she was someone in a bad situation, homeless, whatever was going on, and was an adult in need of help, what you did still was not helpful. You know what I mean?
The person that's in need.
You understand that?
I do.
kind of taking advantage, regardless of the age, right? Just put that aside temporarily. That's, taking advantage of a person that probably did need some help, and, but not the kind of help that would, that ended up happening. It's not.
No, I did extra and that wasn't called for.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Did you give the person some money when you came out of Dunkin' Donuts?
I did.
Yeah, I mean, that was enough. You could just go on about your business after that, right?
Yes.
That was helpful.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Okay, that's all I have, sir. Member Key.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cody, we're done with all the questions now. We're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and we'll give you an answer in just a minute. You can listen during this time. Please don't interrupt.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Sarkoff.
Chair. Mr. Cody is here, two convictions, sex assault in the second degree and risk of injury. Rates moderate for risk of recidivism. He does have risk of injury conviction in his criminal history from 2019. During his incarceration, he completed problem sexual behavior, with some insight, got from that program. He completed New Thoughts program. He did get one disciplinary report for refusing housing. Seems to have a good support system with his employer, former employer, and his parents waiting for him at home. He does have a job lined up as soon as his is out. I find him suitable today.
Yeah, I agree. Appears to have done well with programming and ready to go home. One thing that I did note is that they weren't able to make contact with their mother, so we might have to add a halfway house on this just for now until they could sort that out. Member Keys?
I will not be in favor today. Mr. Cody had, as my colleague mentioned, 2 risk of injuries. Actually, saw a 14-year-old foster child and 15-year-old foster child, picking them up from the DCF group home after they ran away. Really, those girls were in need of help. And then he, in the community, completed multiple behavior and mental health and substance use counseling. And then committed this sexual offense against another 15-year-old foster child who was desperately needed help. I'm just not sure he has the capacity at this time to really, I'm not committed to not offend again. So I'm looking at the
Let's talk about the conditions, Member Sarkoff.
So we talked about halfway house.
Yes.
Mental health evaluation.
Okay.
Problem sexual behavior treatment and no contact with minors. And victim AG.
Okay, that's good for me.
Enhanced internet device monitoring, but that's for the underlying risk of injury offenses. He's utilizing social media to.
I know, but he's not in violation of probation now or anything like that, right?
So you mean the risk of injury?
Yeah. He was meeting these underage phones girls through social media.
But this risk of injury charge that's here this is related to this new incident.
Right.
Yeah. I understand his criminal history had involved internet, but to put the stipulation on, this is a very restrictive stipulation. That's one of the more restrictive ones for me. It's a pretty high bar. That's not related to anything, unless I missed something, to this current offense, right? Yeah. Okay. So I would not be in favor of adding that at this time, They're still going to
victim or the.
I want to add this victim AG, but not adding internet.
Oh, and that's if I say
yeah, not in favor of that this time. I only have one victim AG.
Yep.
Yeah, the stipulations that you had are what I have. I think as far as him being in the sexual behavior treatment program, I think they will watch and monitor him, not to the level of what we get if we put that stipulation on. Mm-hmm. But if there is further problem with electronics, they could bring that back to us. Could add it if it turns into a problem where he's doing something on the internet he's not supposed to.
Yep.
But they'll be watching him very closely, for sure. Okay. So in regards to Andrew Cody, inmate number 447118, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 30th, 2026. The following stipulations in addition to the state of parole conditions. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Community-based behavior management for problem sexual behavior treatment. No contact with minors without the parole officer's permission. No contact with the victim, initials AG. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The discretionary parole is granted by majority decision. Mr. Cody, did you hear all of that?
Yes,
All right, it was a close call. You've been granted discretionary parole.
thank
Ready?
you.
All right, follow through with your plan and adhere to all the conditions of parole, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But they will, they definitely.
Good afternoon, can I have your name, please?
Roberto Rivera.
Good afternoon, my name is Robert Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Court. Following board members are present this afternoon and by saying their name on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Amy Keys.
Alex Tekhoff.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Roberto Rivera, 296-397.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for parole application for Roberto Rivera, 296-397. He is serving a sentence of 5 years to 7 years special parole for criminal possession of firearm, violation of probation, possession with intent, and self-narcotics. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 2nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, first, I'd like to start by saying I'm extremely grateful for to be given this opportunity. And I want to thank you all. The reason I feel I'd be a great candidate for parole is because I feel that I've used this time to the best of my ability, and I really held myself accountable for my actions. Moving forward with my life, I have no intentions whatsoever on backtracking or heading back down that same destructive path that's continuously led me back to where I am today. I have every intention of, moving forward. I have every intention of remaining clean and sober, working, which I already have employment set in place for as soon as I get out, spending my free time with my loved ones, and ultimately just keeping myself focused on staying on the right path. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm not getting any younger. I'm in a matter of like 2 weeks, I'm gonna be turning 41. My oldest daughter is 5 months pregnant, so I'm soon to be a grandfather, and I just can't continue to put myself and my loved ones through this. I've had enough. I just want to,
reunite with my family and live life on life's terms. You know, I just wanna do the right thing. I'm tired of going through this already. You know, it's beginning to be. It's too much. And
Hey, Mr. Rivera, we have some questions for you.
okay.
So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions, and then when we're done, we'll talk about your case, and we'll deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay.
Let me just ask you this quick. Did you complete the domestic violence program?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I had that noted here, okay. My colleague, panel member Keys, is going to start with the questions this morning.
Okay.
Thank you for your opening statement. That did help. So if you can look back at your life leading up to the offense, what was your life like? Who were you hanging out with? What was going on with you that you think contributed to your offending?
Yeah, I ended up getting with the wrong crowd, and then I started drinking and using, and that's never good. And from there, things just started spiraling out of control.
So what would be different this time? How are you going to design your life differently so that doesn't happen?
Well, yeah, I just want to keep a positive mind. I'm going to be with my loved ones. I don't want anything to do with anyone who has nothing positive going on. I have a pretty good, what do you call that? Like,
Support network?
a pretty good support system, where I'm actually like friends with my boss. He's become a great support system. My mother, my father, and my children, and just gonna stay away from all the negativity. And I just want to work, which I'll be doing that within days of being home. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be with a company called Contact Carriers, and it's operating box trucks. So yeah, just keep myself on that right track. Like, I'll be working. The first thing I need to do though is get my medical card, which is for the DOT medical card.
Okay.
Which is easy. Like, I could get that within an hour. It's usually like it's on a walk-in. I don't have to set up an appointment or anything. So like the second day, maybe at home, I could get that done and then go from there.
Great. So you do have a CDL. That is CDL required to operate a box truck, right?
No, well, to operate a box truck, you don't need the CDL, just it's a Class B license.
Oh, okay.
But I've been trying to get the CDL in here, but they was telling me because of my timing or whatever, that I guess you have to have under 2 years to EOS or be approved for something. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that. That was something that I really wanted to do, but I did do culinary arts. And I got through a lot of it. I got a few certificates that should be in my file. But unfortunately, they ended up transferring me before I could complete it. I had about I want to say I had about 2 sections left to be completely certified with that. Wow. And they transferred me, unfortunately. And they don't offer culinary arts here. I've been trying to do that too.
Okay. Well, I'm really happy to hear that you were actively pursuing advancing your vocational skills to give yourself more options. That's really a good sign that you have your head on straight and you're advocating for yourself, even when you're going through something like this, instead of just curling up and getting depressed or something. So that's
think that is a positive sign, even though I'm sorry it didn't work out with the CDL or with culinary, but that shows your efforts, so that's good.
Yes.
So what are your plans to remain sober?
Well, upon my release, I am working currently right now with, there's a program called the TCM program, Transitional Case Management. And what it is, it's a counselor from out of Wheeler Clinic, which I have to attend when I get home. So that's basically, I'm gonna be doing that, and then, you know, attending NAAA meetings, and like I said, spending time with my loved ones. You know, those who, you know, that they don't do any drugs or drinking or anything like that. So just stay away from, you know, my potential triggers, the people that I know that could lead me back down that road. I'm done with that. I'm done with them. And, you know, I've been on the bright side too. I've been reunited with a sister of mine that I haven't seen since I was a baby. She came from Puerto Rico, but she's given her life to God, and she's amazing. She's doing so much out there. She's into counseling. She does counseling. She helps people who are addicts herself. So she came to visit me the other day, and she told me she's gonna continue to do so. And I've been talking to her on the phone. She's been helping me with a lot, and she's awesome. And I just wanna, you know, get closer to her, and you know, I just wanna, she's gonna help me. She's gonna guide me in the right path, and I'm grateful to have that.
Yeah. You came at a great time. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right, that kind of answers one of my questions. I did see that you have received a DR for a weed pen last April, but then you did complete tier 2, and we haven't seen anything since.
Yes.
And hearing about your sober plan. So you're currently participating in this Wheeler Clinic program, and then it continues while you're in the facility. It continues as you can transition to the community, which is why it's called Transitional Case Management.
Yes.
Wheeler is a wonderful organization. They have a lot of support. So if you start to struggle or feel tempted by anything, do you feel comfortable and confident that you'll talk to someone at Wheeler or someone and let them know, or your parole officer and let them know, hey, starting to feel this way, and seek help rather than hide?
Yes. I feel extremely comfortable doing that. That's my best option. If I'm feeling a certain type of way, just let my parole officer know, addiction counselors, you know, my sister, just and they'll guide me in the right direction. I'm confident of that. And I have no issue doing that.
That's all I have for questions. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Rivera, so you said that how you're using and drinking and hanging around with the wrong crowd was kind of contributed to some of your new criminal behavior. Do you think alcohol played a role in some of this decision making?
Yes, I would say yes, it did. Yes, it did. Unfortunately, yes, it did.
A couple other things. There was a protective order in the past against you by a person with the initials DG. I don't want to say the names, okay?
Okay.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you have any plans to continue a relationship with that person?
No, that's the mother of my oldest.
Okay, so you do have a child with that person though?
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna have to have, you may have to have contact at some point because of your children.
Yeah, but we'll keep it at a minimum, you know, it's simply about my daughter. Yeah.
Okay. And the only other thing is, I want to know how's your release plan different from the last time you were released from incarceration?
How is it different?
Yeah.
Well, this time, you know, I really been really focusing on what I want to do. And, you know, I have the support. Like I said, I've been in contact with who's going to be my boss, and turned out to be a really great friend. And, you know, I have that soon as I get out the door, he assured me, he said, listen, man, as soon as you get out, we'll get you the medical card, the DOT medical card, bro, and I'll get you working right away. Like, there's no issue there. And, you know, I'm going to be working with
Wheeler. What about Wheeler Clinic? Support from Wheeler Clinic. Have you done that in the past or no?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have done Wheeler Clinic in the past. Yes, I have done Wheeler Clinic in the past.
Right. Anything else that's different this time than from other times? Are you trying anything new?
Yeah, well, besides, well, you know, just taking it really, really, I'm sorry, I'm so.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm asking hard questions.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to.
Like, I'm just like really serious about my sobriety and staying sober, because I know that once I pick up, I know where that's gonna lead me, and I'm just completely done with that.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good insight. I think all of us would agree with that. If you can maintain your sobriety, right, make that a priority.
Yeah.
Because that, from what you described to us, that's the beginning, right, of all these things starting
That will start a trickle effect.
Yeah.
I already know how it goes. Like, I can't afford to do this. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
So, you know, it may seem like not a big deal to have a drink or just whatever, but you know what happens.
No, it is a big deal.
Yeah.
Definitely a big deal.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions. Panel member Sarkov, do you have anything?
I do.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rivera, we're done with the questions. So we're going to talk about your case and deliberate. You can listen during this time. Please don't interrupt.
Okay.
And then when we're done, I'll come back and explain to you what's going to happen. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Keys.
Thank you. I think Mr. Rivera sounds really great. You know, I was concerned looking into this. I didn't read a lot that indicated that he took his sobriety seriously and had a release plan, and meeting with him and talking with him, I'm learning that he really has thought significantly about his relapse prevention plan and his reentry plan. He has some great supports in place and a job in place, ready to support him. And I did not realize that he had this Wheeler Clinic program. I think that's just wonderful. So he has completed tier 2 and domestic violence. I'd be in favor today. Discretionary parole.
Yeah, I agree. It appears to have a job lined up and is serious about his sobriety. I also note that he's been working in the kitchen. I had a note about that. We'll have to set special parole stipulations. You know, it wasn't happening on probation at the time that it's occurred. Based on what I heard today, I do hear some change in his voice about how he wants to live his future. So I'm also in support today. Panel member Sarkov.
I agree with both of you. I'll be supportive.
Okay, let's talk about the stipulations. Panel member Case.
I had no alcohol. I did have no contact with co-defendant, but I know it's also the victim you had asked about. So
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to put it without the parole officer's permission for now, and they can kind of gauge what's going on when they're out in the communities.
do it as victim or.
Yeah, I think the victim is probably the way to do it. We'll just use the initials DG. How about domestic violence in the community?
Yeah, domestic violence and I halfway house placement.
Yeah, I have that too. Anything else to add? Okay. In regards to Roberto Rivera, inmate number 296397, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of October 2nd, 2026. Following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption. Halfway house placement. Community-based behavior management for domestic violence. No contact with the victim without the parole officer's permission. The initials are DG. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Rivera, did you hear all of that?
Yes, I did, and I thank you, and I won't let you guys down. I won't let my family down. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, you got everything in place for this to work. You know what I mean? There's no reason that this won't work. I mean, you got a
Yeah.
job, got support. Just now you have to put the work in, you know?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes.
This includes a hearing for here 29639.
The camera's starting to mess up.
Yeah, you're all done, sir. The hearing is over. Thank you.
Okay, all right, have a good one.
Sorry about that.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon. If I see your names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Eileen Keys.
Alex Tarkov.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and email number for the record.
I'm Davon Williams, MA number 422053.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application with Devon Williams, 422053. He is serving a sentence of 4 years for violation of probation, sexual assault second degree, assault third degree, interfering with officers larceny fifth, and forgery third degree. As of today, record reflect the eligibility date, February 6, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and showed he has been asked to complete the following programs. Problem sexual behavior short track. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system score, the offender's overall score for considering falls in the PI range. There's also a static 99 over 3, which falls in the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. As I was saying, my name is Davon Williams, and I am back off a violation of probation due to an encounter with someone I was using drugs with. We both had a minor discrepancy issue, which led me back in on a domestic violence. He accused me of strangling her. She accused me of cutting her vagina with a crack pipe, and all of that was false statements that she had gave the police. She tried to retract her statement, and she didn't want to cooperate with the state while this was an ongoing process. So they allowed me to plea out to 2 assault thirds. So despite the fact that I was using drugs and I ended up violating probation, which led me coming back to prison, I feel like I deserve another chance because I was doing everything I had to do as far as seeking employment, gained employment, lost the job, and that's what led me back into the streets getting high because I didn't know how to cope. So I've been 2 years drug-free. I am trying to get into the domestic violence program. I've been trying since I've been incarcerated, which was the start of my incarceration was 2024. And I've been writing. I have proof of requests after requests trying to get into our programs, and they haven't gotten me into any of them. Excuse me. What I was able to accomplish was get into the barber courses in McDougal. I have certificates here. I didn't complete them yet, but the instructor was giving me information that there's a spot in Waterbury where I can like pick up where I left off at. So I look forward to doing that upon my release. I do not have an address that I could use, so I elected to go into a halfway house, which will give me more time to transition back into society on my own. As far as, I mean, another reason why I feel like I should be granted parole is because I have no problem complying. When I was released the first time from the state of Connecticut, which was back in 2022, I have completed parole for this previous conviction, and then probation commenced, which I feel like I shouldn't have been subjected to do serve suspended time today as I speak, because I completed parole for that offense. So I'm thinking that I was given an illegal sentence in the courthouse of Stanford. And from my understanding, Stanford court is corrupt. So they was pretty much doing anything they wanted to do. I have my GED. I'm basically seeking to get some training under my belt as far as trades go. I'm interested in going to NETS to getting a CDL driver's license. I already have my regular driver's license. I have my birth certificate. I'm just not getting the rehabilitation that I feel like I deserve while in prison. Any questions?
Yes.
More that should I say?
Well, we're gonna, Mr. Williams, we have questions for you. We're gonna take turns asking them. Then after that, we'll talk about your case and we'll deliberate and give you an answer today. If when we get to the end of this, before we start talking about your case, if you think there's anything else you want to add, you can let us know. But I'm gonna start with the questions this afternoon.
One last thing.
Go ahead.
I was in compliance with the sex offender registration as well, so I really have no issues in complying if I'm granted parole. I could do a domestic violence program in society, however you see fit, but I don't think it's fair for people to get rejected or come back on another day after this program is completed when it's not on us. As far as getting into these programs, it's a lot of people in prison.
Yeah, we hear this. You're not the first person we've heard this from. We hear it from other people. So I hear what you're saying, and I believe you're sincere, and I know that that's the case. Whether there's a series of questions we're going to ask, and we'll go through things, and we'll determine your suitability for parole. But we understand it is difficult sometimes to get into programs. You have completed the sex offender program, so you did do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what have you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
That I do good and great without others being an influence in my life. I have to go according to what is right with me instead of allowing someone to influence or dictate the things that I do in life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you're saying, you get sidetracked by outside influences sometimes.
Yes.
And when you listen to yourself and you do what you're supposed to do, you do well.
Yes.
It's kind of like you staying away from the people and places and things that can kind of set you off on the wrong track.
Yes.
I do understand that. Okay. I did want to let you know too that the state's attorney's office has submitted a letter, just for the record. They're objecting to you receiving parole today. I wanted to let you know that, okay? It's just one of the things that we consider, along with everything else.
Who's rejecting, you said? The
state's attorney's office, yes, sir. From us.
That has all to do with victim services?
No, it's nothing to do with victim services. It's just the state's attorney's office. They have the right to submit an opinion, and they've submitted a document. It's just one thing of many things that we look at. But I did want you to know. I want you to know about it.
Do they? I understand. I understand. Okay. Do they specify the reason why, or they just say I'm objecting to him being granted parole?
No, they believe that you present continuing danger to public safety. That's what they wrote. That's what their belief is. That's not my belief. I'm just telling you what they wrote in the letter. Okay? We're gonna move forward with the questions.
Okay.
In the assault conviction, it was reported that you choked the victim and you cut her with a crack pipe. You explained that what happened in your opening statement, and that's not exactly how this took place. But you said, were you intoxicated on drugs or alcohol at that time? What was going on right then when that happened?
Yeah, I was using crack cocaine.
What about alcohol?
Alcohol, I don't believe I indulged in drinking alcohol that night.
Okay. You think crack is a bigger problem for you as far as getting yourself involved in crimes than alcohol is?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. They both.
It's the people around me when I'm using these drugs, because I'm not a problematic person. They may deem me to be a threat or violence to society, whatever, not whatever, but what you just have said why the state is objected is really not in my nature. I'm not a violent person. It's just sometimes I have these outbursts. I don't know how to always express myself, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna lead to putting my hands on someone. I know how to walk away. I know how to fall back from a situation. It's just that I allow people to show me these characteristics, and I'm believing that it's true. As far as someone liking me or saying that they love me, I may stick around just off of that alone. And just because we have this mishaps or this, disagreement in that moment doesn't mean that we can't come back from that, if that makes sense.
Yes.
I don't believe in holding grudges. I believe in peace.
Okay.
I'm not ignorant.
You don't sound like it. I mean, you sound intelligent to me. You're speaking intelligently. You have an addiction services program listed. I think you're on a waiting list for it. Do you think that kind of program would help you based on your problems in the past, like tier 2 or tier 4?
Honestly, like I said, I'm not against any of these programs, but prior to incarceration, excuse me, I have done so well without drugs in my life, if you guys can believe that or not. When I was 18 years old, I have moved away from New York City to go live with my father in Virginia because I was using drugs, and I made that my own decision in doing that.
Yeah.
So I didn't need no program. I did it on my own. I went down there. I was partially raised down in Virginia as well. So I had friends that I knew from when I was younger there that grew up and was into the music thing and this type of living. So I had re-involved myself with them. And well, one person and his friend that he introduced me to, he ended up being incarcerated and left me with them. And we found ourselves in trouble with the law. All right, so it wasn't my doing. It was me just being naive and being, I'm down for what? Just cause. At the time, my dad had kicked me out of the house because he wanted me to learn a lesson. He said, you missed curfew again for the second time. You're gonna have to find a place to live. I missed curfew again, messing with the guys. Missed curfew, got kicked out, and now I'm sleeping in a car that I purchased on my own from working at Hardee's down there. So I ended up doing 5 years down there. I was clean from doing drugs. I moved away from that. I came home 2014, I came home. I resided in my grandmother's house in Brooklyn, New York. Mind you, I'm from New York. I started doing drugs in New York, hard drugs in New York. I didn't go back to smoking crack, sniffing coke, popping pills, none of that. I was working up until 2016 when I caught this sex offense. I was under the drug influence in between time, but it was only cocaine. It wasn't crack.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison? How are you different now? How have you changed? Yeah.
So it feels good to be sober. And, I've changed
my thought process. I'm not thinking about, oh, when I get out, I'm going to get a high. No, I want to do good. I have kids, teenagers. My daughter is just about to turn 17 in July. My son is 18 already. They're grown. I want to rebuild a bridge with them. They don't talk to me. I'm sorry. Talk to them. I made bad decisions and choices in my life, all because I wasn't getting the proper love in my households with my mother and my father. Well, at least that's what I felt. My mother was a single parent of 7 kids. So at age 14, I felt like I had to sell drugs to keep up with the latest gear, to go to school, stuff like that. Had I not done that, I probably wouldn't be here.
Well, Mr. Williams, you're only 36 years old. You know, you're still a young man, really. You know what I mean? So you have plenty of time to turn this situation around. You sound like you have good ideas and you're optimistic about your future. Try to focus on that, and you can reestablish those relationships and those kinds of things. There's plenty of time for you to turn this ship around. You know what I mean?
I'm in pain in here. I'm walking with a cane. Prison is not the answer for me.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm breaking down there because I gotta be confined to a bunk whenever there's a recall because of a cold, somebody getting a fight. It's not me. I gotta be confined to a bunk. I can't exercise. I can't walk. I can't do none of that because of facility recall. It's not rehabilitated.
Okay.
I need to go home.
Let's talk about the last question I have was just about employment offers. Do you have any offers of employment or any kind of job leads that I know you have a cane there and everything, but is there any kind of work that you plan on doing?
Yes, I look into doing being a recovery coach. Basically, I was told about a program that will help me become a drug treatment facilitator, excuse me. And it's called CCAR. So I stayed drug free for 2 years. I go with CCAR, get all the proper, tools that I need in order to, conduct these programs, conduct the program. I've completed the App Foundation. I was an inpatient for 30 days. And when I was discharged from there, I went back to using. So basically change starts from within. A person has to want to change in order to make changes in their lifestyle. So I'm not gonna say I didn't take my rehabilitation serious when I was in the drug treatment. It's just something that I like to do, but drugs keep landing me back here. So I need to just leave it all alone altogether. I do look forward to doing a CCAR course so I can be equipped with the tools in order to, give people encouragement, inspiration. Short term, I can go back to the alcohol warehouse I was working for. I was loading trucks. They had no issue with me. It's just that I wasn't permanent because I was on probation. So they couldn't hire me permanently. I was only there through a temp agency. So if I can seek employment with the previous temp agency I was working for because I've done so well. It's just at the time they had to let me go because I wasn't permanent and they didn't need me. They didn't need me.
Okay.
Not that they didn't want me, they didn't need me. Their budget.
Okay, Mr. Williams, those are all the questions I have. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say. Member Sarkov.
So, Williams, can you tell us why you violated your probation?
Excuse me, can I tell you why I violated?
Yeah.
Yes, so I have lost my job. So I'm like dealing with a difficulty time at the time. I didn't know what to do, who to turn to. I'm on my own paying $850 a month for a room, renting a room, $850 a month. I did good for a whole year for the first time of being on my own. Lost employment. I'm stressed. I go to drugs. sex. Do not know nothing else. I'm stressed. I'm frustrated. Yes, I was looking for other jobs, but they was turning me. I even got hired at BJ's for doing like what I was doing. They called it. I was putting people's online orders together and taking it out to their cars. But when they flagged my background check, they said, "Oh, I have to let you go." So that's one of the reasons why I couldn't stay at BJ's. So I was working BJ's and doing the alcohol warehouse. Working for the alcohol warehouse. I have no problem trying, going, seeking jobs and stuff like that. I have no issue in doing that. But the first thing I need to do is get my physical back in shape. I need to go see a chiropractor. Every day I wake up in here aching with aches and pains. I violated probation because I was using drugs and I was around the wrong person. The person didn't have my best interest.
Okay. Did you also miss groups while you were in sex offender treatment?
Due to drugs, yes. But I got back on track. I was still showing up, even though I was still using. It's that I didn't go so far, like I didn't go far astray from the program or making meetings with my probation officer. That's not why I was violated. I was violated because of the new offense and using drugs repeatedly.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about, to go back to the problem sexual behavior treatment. Are you willing and interested in doing it in the community at all?
Oh yeah, that's another thing. So a person with connections came and seen me upon this, prior to this parole hearing. And she said that I will pick up where I left off at. I completed phase 1, now phase 2. So I look forward to completing that too as well. So when I get back into society, yes, I already met with her. I know that I have to go there and I know I have to,
Okay, I get it. Let me ask you something else. Do you have a relapse prevention plan?
A relapse prevention plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is it?
To stay away from drugs. If I think about it, think about something else and keep myself active and busy in the right areas and environment, basically, so to speak.
Okay.
Stay away from people, places, and things. People, places, and things is big.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Panel Member Keys, do you have any questions?
So for the assault, the current assault that is.
What assault?
For the current assault, where the victim said that she was cut the crack pipe. We have, she did go to the hospital that night, and we have the medical records where her injuries were confirmed. Do you ever black out when you smoke crack? Or maybe you don't remember some of the behavior?
No, I don't. The only time I blacked out was when I overdosed, and it was something in that mixture, that concoction. It was I believe it was fentanyl. I overdosed twice and I was revived. Thankfully, I'm here for a reason, for a purpose. I do have a story, but no, I never really black out when I use, and I'm not violent when I use. I do remember most of the things I do when I'm on drugs.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your honesty discussing your drug use and the struggles and everything. I appreciate that. I think that's very helpful.
To make it more believable, which it is the truth, she was trying to stop me from leaving. I pushed on her bed. It was a crack pipe on her bed. That's how, and we were intimately involved. So she was already undressed. We was doing what we was doing as adults. It was consensual between the two of us. We both was using. Our clothes was off. I got dressed. I was leaving. She was the only one naked trying to stop me from leaving. I pushed her on her bed. There was a crack pipe on her bed. It broke.
Okay. That doesn't count for all of the injuries. It could be in different parts of the body, but I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Williams, we're done with all the questions now. So now we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and then we're going to try to determine suitability for your
parole, okay? So during this time, you can listen to us talk, but your time for talking is over, so please don't interrupt, okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Williams is here for a number of charges, violation of probation, assault, sexual assault. We talked about larceny and forgery and interfering. He raised very high for his risk to recidivate. He spoke at the hearing about his problem with substance abuse. He's completed the sex offender treatment program to his credit while he's been incarcerated. He said some good things during the hearing that I wanted to point out. That he's not a problematic person. He says that he doesn't hold grudges. He's willing to do programs when he's released into the community. He did say that sometimes he has outbursts, and because he doesn't know how to express himself well, in some occasions. Talked about being around the wrong person, the wrong people, as a big problem for him, leading to addiction and other criminal violations. He was on probation at the time that these offenses occurred. We have an objection letter, as I said, from the state's attorney's office and his parole. Some of my concerns are that he has a domestic violence and the addiction services program listed here that he's on the wait list for, and he hasn't completed those. I understand he said that he's written to those programs, but that is not, still does not suffice for me. Those are areas where he needs to address. Admittedly, he was using drugs during the time this offense occurred that we asked him about. And for me, I have a high level bar when it comes to offender change, especially with serious offenses like this. And for me, he just hasn't reached that point yet, probably because he hasn't completed the appropriate programming. But he does seem to, in some of his answers in some of the situations, blame other people for some of his behavior, in my opinion. So I'm not finding him suitable for discretionary parole today. Panel member Sarkov.
I agree with you. I think there's some minimization here. And he has completed problem sexual behavior treatment. So he's done some things, but without domestic violence program, without addiction services, given his history, not be able to support his discretionary parole.
I understand he has a flat sentence, but for me today, I have not heard enough for me to warrant a rehearing in this case. I remember Heath.
Well, although I do believe that he is trying to get into the programs, and our concern with him not completing the programs is not a judgment of his motivation in any way. We know it's not the fault of the individual. It's that we want the individual to benefit from the program. And so even though it's not their fault, they haven't been able to take it, they haven't been able to reap the benefit of the program before being exposed to the community and all the challenges of reentry. So I do believe he's motivated. I believe he wants his a better life, and he wants to be sober, and he wants to reestablish relationships. And I really believe those things. And I think we want him to have the best foot forward. And I think completing, particularly an addiction services program, would be really helpful for him. I would like to have PD2 on his OAP as well, but for me, it's also mostly the addiction services program. I really want him at least to have that. And did have it, one of his DRs was for use, although it was for 2024. So that is 2 years ago now, which is good that he hasn't had another DR for use since then. So hopefully that's a sign that he is working on himself and he is motivated, but I think it'd be more helpful for him if he was released after completing an addiction services program. I would be open to a rehearing. He has 1.5 years left. But open to my colleagues' thoughts on that.
Okay, let's talk about the reasons, and then we'll get into that. I had inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and current offense committed on probation. So, when we talk about change, I do hear some change. For me, with these kind of crimes, I think it just needs to be a higher level. So it's just inadequate. You know what I mean?
I mean, nature and circumstance of the current offense too.
I can add that. Yeah, it's pretty serious what we're talking about here. That's part of my inadequate evidence of offender change, really. So I'm going to pull up 4 of those then. Okay, so we talked about that. I am not in favor of rehear. Panel member Sarkov.
That's fine, read that. Okay, so you're not. Okay. So we can note that, you favor to read here in the report. Okay, so in regards to Davon Williams, inmate number 422053, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances of the current offense, inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and the fact that his current offense was committed while he was on probation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Williams, we were not able to find our way to grant you discretionary parole today. We wish you the best of luck.
Do I have a new date or no?
No, sir.
All right.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, can I have your name, please?
Willie Parks.
Good afternoon, my name is Robert Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Funding and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their name for the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Eileen Keys.
Alex Tucker.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Willie Parks, 316223.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Willie Parks, 316223. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended 42 months with 3 years of probation to follow for 2 counts of possession with intent, violation of probation, failure to appear, and violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 24th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has completed the following programs. No programs has been completed. Utilizing a statewide collaborative risk evaluation system scores, and offenders overall score for recidivism falls into the base. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you think this to be granted parole. You may begin.
Sir, would you like to make an opening statement or do you want us to start with questions?
You can start with questions.
Okay, if we get to the end and there's anything you haven't said that you want to say, I'll give you an opportunity to say that, okay?
All right.
Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to take turns asking questions. And then when we're done with that, we're going to deliberate and talk about your case and then give you an answer today.
All right.
My colleague, panel member Sarkoff, is going to start with the questions this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Parks.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to just start by touching on the offenses that brought you here, okay?
All right. They were supposed to switch it. My eligibility date, they had it wrong.
What's wrong there? What is your eligibility?
It's supposed to be July 19th.
July 19th? Okay.
Yes, sir.
We'll look into this during the hearing, okay?
All right.
So why were you selling drugs in the community?
Excuse me?
Why were you selling drugs in the community?
Actually, when they arrested me, it was more of a use. When they arrested me, they found I was in possession of narcotics. It was personal use. It wasn't. I wasn't selling anything. I was just
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just in where I was living at.
they were watching someone that was actually selling drugs. So when they raided my house, they just found personal use stuff in my room. So, you know, I owned up to that.
Okay, and what were you using?
I was with a female, it was PCP.
Is that your drug of choice?
No,
PCP?
it was honestly, I was with when they arrested me, I was with someone else in the room as well. She actually had owned up to it, but due to the fact that it was my room, I just took the blame for all of it. My drug of choice is actually marijuana.
Okay, but you have tested positive for PCP quite a number of times.
Yeah, I have used it before. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think you need an addiction services program?
I took addiction services, but I'm pretty sure that I'm all right, you know.
You don't think you have any problem with substances?
No.
Wasn't that the basis for violation of your probation?
No, it was basically them coming to my I had caught a motor vehicle case, driving under suspension. So that would violated my probation. I was in a program. I was about to complete a drug program for the PCP.
What program was that?
I was at downtown. I was doing IOP.
You did miss quite a number of your appointments, your meetings for IOP. At least that's the note that I have from violation of your probation. It seemed like probation was trying to work with you, but you kept missing a lot of groups.
Yeah, but I was breaking
PCP.
But I wasn't catching no more dirty urines. I was missing groups, but I also had I got into a bad car accident. And I had excuses. It was in my records that I was going to a chiropractor around that time as well. So sometimes when I was missing the groups, I was going to my chiropractor.
Okay.
And it was sometimes I just didn't find a ride, but I wasn't catching dirty urines the whole time I was there. I was actually about to finish the program up until I caught the motor vehicle. Once I caught the motor vehicle and they violated my probation, I stopped going. I didn't know that I was supposed to continue the program. Once I caught the motor vehicle and they violated my probation, I just stopped going to the program.
Well, at that point, your probation was continued, but you still had probation.
Yes. But no, I wasn't aware. They didn't let me know if I should. I figured because I violated it, I would have this go to court, and I was wondering if they were going to reinstate me and tell me. They never told me if I had to continue the program. Once I made bond, they told me just to report to probation. That's all I did. So no one ever told me that I had to continue to go to the program.
Okay. All right, during your incarceration.
I thought once I violated probation, I thought I violated the program as well. So I just didn't go. I didn't know up until I went to court that they were marking me absent the whole time, but I knew that they violated my probation.
All right. You have no disciplinary reports during this incarceration, right?
No.
Are you working in as a janitor?
Yes, sir.
You have not completed any programs, right?
I'm supposed to be in the next class that's starting this week.
What program is that?
New Thoughts, the one that they put on my IOP.
You started New Thoughts?
Yep.
Okay. That's good. I do think you can use tier program with your history.
They never told me. They told me the only program I had to do was New Thoughts. I asked all that. That was the only thing on my OAP was New Thoughts. I got the job on my own. They never told me.
No one told you you have addiction services on your OAP?
No, they never told me that. That was not on my OAP. I have a copy of it. I would have been signed up for that. They only told me the only program I have to do is New Thoughts.
Okay, I'll take a look at it during the hearing, and we'll get back to you on that. But you do have a alcohol and drug score of 4, which is very high. You know, we do expect someone with a score like that and your history to take it to your program.
Yeah, I understand that, and I act like I said when I came here, I asked that even in Walker. They only had on my OAP New Thoughts. I would have been signed up for a program, whatever program I had. This is not, this is not my first time in here. I would have definitely got on the list. I don't just sit around while I'm in here.
You'd be willing to take it if it was available?
Tier 2?
All 4? Whatever they assign to you, whatever program they assign to you from different services.
If it's necessary.
Okay. All right, thank you for answering my question. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Keys.
I was able, while my colleague was asking you questions, I was able to look to the system. I see an OAP with voices on it, but it's unsigned. But it looks like you're on the wait list, I believe, for addiction services. So I didn't see an OAP that said it, but I see you're on the wait list for it. And then your eligibility date, it looks like it has changed. It's constantly changing based on good behavior and other things. It looks like it is now in the system July 19th. What I had?
No, that's not.
Yes.
It's on this sequence 20. It's yeah, so 268 days of jail credit on that one. So you have to do at least like 50% of that.
What's the date that you have? So we just have
So
it.
that is August 24th, 2026.
Okay, all right.
You know better than I do on that, so I apologize.
All within a couple of weeks of each other, all these dates that we're talking about.
So it sounds like you're willing to do whatever program, but you don't really see it as necessary, the addiction services program, you don't see it'll be helpful. What would be helpful to you?
Honestly, I need employment. I would like to get home and just get employed. I had a lot of time on my hands. Like I said, it was boredom more like me when I started indulging. Programs I've been doing this all, like I said, I'm not new to this. I done did tier 2. I did OAP. I did these programs several times. The only thing they never helped me with on probation or parole was get employment. I obtained my certificate to do flagging when I was home, but like I said, I got injured where I couldn't do labor work for a while. So a lot of my opportunities coming in here, I lost out on, even when I was in the world with the program, I couldn't do too much because I had the program 3 times out of the week for 3 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I know that right now, regardless of what, I have 12 years hanging over my head. If I was to go home and do any indulge in anything that's negative, it's just gonna bring me right back to where I don't want to be. I'm 41 years old, and I've been in the system for quite some time, as you can see, and I'm just ready to stop. I'm ready to stay out of here. My health isn't, due to the food, my health is kind of messed up in here right now. My cholesterol is high, my blood pressure is high, my kidneys is failing. So, I'm just trying to get out of here and just do what's right. My father has a tumor in his head right now. So I just want to get home and just work and do what I have to do already, because at this point, I only have one more shot. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I've been hoping is they could help me find some employment.
Yeah. Sorry.
If the employment that I already have set up for me doesn't come through, but housing, my own apartment, that would be nice. But addictions, as far as in drug use, I know for a fact, like I said, if I go out there and use again, all it's gonna do is bring me right back here where I don't want to be. So I really don't feel like it's necessary for me to take any of that, because I've been doing that all my life.
Have you looked into vocational programs in the facility that maybe would?
Everything is so backed up in here. Like I said, when I came in here, I tried to sign up for everything. You have to be a level 2 just to get to voc eds down here. I'm not eligible for the tractor trailer because I don't have my license. It's like everything's a wait list here. Like I said, I knew I was coming up. This day was coming. I was trying to be prepared, you know. I've been on the list for, like, as you can see, new thoughts. They told me I had to do that in Walker. The day I got here on this compound, I signed up for that and whatever else they had open for me, available for me. You know, it's just the process in here.
Yeah, and I know it's frustrating, you know, you hear that a lot. So just to clarify, so I had done the New Thoughts started on the 25th. Did it not start yet?
No, they just finished that group. So the next group, she told me I won't be in the next group. I asked her, I was trying to actually get in it before this date. She said that I would, she told me that I wouldn't make it on by today, but I am in the next class.
Okay, it did show it's currently participating, so at least that shows you have made it in, even if it hasn't technically started yet, but, and that may have just been added this morning, but, okay. I think that's, oh, and I'm sorry if you answered this for my colleague already. What would be your sobriety plan in the community? What would you do to make sure that you don't use again?
I'm gonna make new choice. You said, excuse me one more time, what you said?
I'm sorry, sobriety plan, your plan to remain sober in the community.
Oh, I feel when I get home, I'm gonna reevaluate the choices and decisions I was making. I'm like I said, I'm gonna work hard. I'm 41, so I say I have about 20 years left of me of hard work. So, you know, I plan on working real hard when I get out there, helping my father get his situation intact because he has a tumor, as I was saying. And pretty much just stay away from negative, anything that could bring me back in here, people, places, because I can't have one foot in, one foot out. It seems like when I leave this alone and I indulge in this, it brings me back here. So, you know, like I said, this isn't just, I understand the past decisions I've been making. It's been the same result. It's been bringing me back to where I don't want to be. So at this point in time, I just want freedom. I want to live the remainder of my life out there. I don't want my family to look at me as a jailbird and a burden or a bill, because that's all I am in here, you know. So I plan on just staying focused, signing up for whatever they got available for me out there, no matter what it is, Ocean 30s, I'm willing to do anything at this point, just to stay out of, you know, the unnecessary negativity, away from that, and just enjoy the rest of my life out there, man, because it's just sad at this point, man.
So I definitely believe you want change and you definitely sound motivated. How, you know, because we're looking at the violation of probation, but how can we feel confident that this time would be different? What's different this time?
New choices. It's gonna be new choices. It's gonna, like I said, I'm gonna stay focused because I lose my focus. Everybody, my values is different. The things that I used to care about, I no longer really care about no more, because what is it when you don't have your freedom? My mother's aging, she's about to retire, you know, I'm just ready, like I said, I'm ready to be out there, be the uncle I need to be. I don't have no kids because I've been in and out of here. You know, I never really had a chance. I never had, like if you see my work history, I get out there, even when I get a job, due to the fact by the decisions and the choices I make, it leads me right back to this place right here where I lose the job and I got to start all over again. It's just, it's an ongoing thing where I'm ready to break the chain. Because like I told you, at 41, who wants to keep coming back here? You know what I mean? My family, even though my support system is strong, but I'm pretty sure they're tired of me coming in here and having to support me. And I'm tired of being in here, to be honest with you. A lot of the COs have retired. You know, this is just not for me no more. You know, like I said, my health is not right. What more do I got to go through for me to realize that, you know, this is not where I'm supposed to be at? Like I told you, my father is on his last leg. He has a tumor. So I can't afford, to be honest, to come back here. I got 12 years in here.
And I think that's what we want to get at, is what could we support in terms of programs and things that would help you, to help support you as you're creating this life that will be sustaining, you know, but. All right. Well, thanks for answering my questions. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. All righty, Mr. Parks, we're done with the questions. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we start talking about your case?
No, that's all right. That's like I said, for the most part, I was able to share what was on my mind. I'm just ready to make new choices and decisions, man, and you know, get out there and do what I'm supposed to do, man, to better myself.
Okay. Alrighty. So during this time, we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and we'll come up with an answer for you. You can listen during this time, but please do not interrupt, okay?
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Okay, Mr. Sarkoff.
Thank you. So Mr. Parks is here on a number of convictions. This is not his first incarceration. He rates very high, and he does have extensive criminal history. During this period of incarceration, he has not received any disciplinary reports, and he's been working in this janitor facility. He has not completed any programs, but he's starting new thoughts, about to start new thoughts. His drug and alcohol score is 4, and we'll discuss that. He has not completed the tier program, and he does have a history of PCP and history about the use of substances. So I'm not going to be able to support discretionary parole today, but I'm open to rehear. He has not done well in supervision in the past. I would like to give him a chance to take some programs. That's yes.
Okay, Councilmember Keys.
Personally, I do agree. I want him to have a program before he's released. But I'd be in favor of a rehear.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I agree with both of what you said. He rates very high. He's not taking the programs, not done well in supervision in the past. He was on probation when this happened. There's plenty of reasons here we can discuss. Something that struck me was that he's really resistant to taking the programs inside, not because he doesn't want to, maybe because he wanted to get parole today. I don't know. But he said some things like, I don't feel it's necessary to take programs in here. I've done these programs in the past. He did say when he was out, he would take programs. So I do hear some willingness to change. I'm not sure, I was a little concerned about that. So as far as the rehear, I hear both of you are in favor of it. I'm gonna be in dissent on the rehear, but I think we're all on the same page here. What date would you like for the rehear?
So I'm open to discussion on that. I have February, but
what do you think? Keys.
February would be fine.
Okay, and you want positive programs, no disciplinary reports?
Yeah, I don't give him about a year
left after that.
He does well.
If you could just note that I was not in favor of it here. Let's talk about your reasons for denial. Institutional program participation, right? Poor performance while in community release, that would include his current probation situation and all the previous failures.
Yep.
Anything else?
I think that works.
That's right. Okay. So in regards to Willie Parks, inmate number 316223, make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate institutional program participation and poor performance while in community release. Further move to rehear this case in February of 2027. The recommendation that he complete positive programs and receive no disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Parks, did you hear all of that?
You said February next year?
Yeah. So yeah, we couldn't find our way to suitability for discretionary parole without you haven't completed the programs that we discussed with you. I understand you've taken programs in the past, but I encourage you to really just try to do your best when you're in these programs. Normally, when we do these things, it will help people get into programs. So you're already going to be in New Thoughts very soon. I expect after that, you're going to probably hear something about domestic violence, or addiction services, probably after that. So do your best you can in these programs. And when you come back in February, be able to describe to us what you learned in those programs, and then we'll go from there, okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
But excuse me, but I can,
yes, sir.
I can just go, I can put in for the halfway house now. Though,
yes,
right?
sir, of course. Yeah, that's always an option you can pursue, yes.
All right. Hello?
Good afternoon, my name is Polk Williams. Today, it's Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. This is the hearing of the County Board of Parties and Parole. All board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Elaine Peters.
Alex Tuckoff.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and area number for the record.
Christopher Coy,
Inmate number, please.
261644.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Christopher Boyd, 261644. He is serving a sentence of 30 months for violation of probation, assault first degree, and breach of peace second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 27th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation to explore the offender's overall scope of recidivism, fault, and daily high rate. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I didn't understand. You said that, what was my original charges?
Yeah, sir, would you like to make an opening statement on why you believe you deserve parole?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I put a lot of work in since I've been here. I lost 122 pounds. I've been working on my physical and my mental and just keeping myself up to par and really put my head into, watching what I say in my conduct and, communication skills. And so, and really just trying to focus, like I said, my health and my family, stuff like that, and just really giving myself a chance instead of just going in depression and making things worse for myself, because I suffer from depression and stuff like that. So I try to be optimistic about things and look at see the good in everything.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coy. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions.
Yes, sir.
And then when we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer today, okay?
Yes, sir.
My colleague, panel member Keys, is going to start with the questions this afternoon.
Thank you for your opening statement. I just want to congratulate you on losing weight in the facility and losing weight anyway in the community. That's a significant amount. That's a huge achievement. But to do it in the facility too, that's usually the opposite of what we hear. That's huge.
It was hard. It was hard.
That's that's a huge accomplishment. So
Thank you.
and to be someone who, as you said, kind of struggles with depression, but to turn going back to prison and to choose to be positive and to make good use of the time, that's also something to congratulate you on. And that's
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So we do have to ask you though about some of the struggles that you've gone through now that we've congratulated you. But so I don't want to take away from the positive things, but of course we have to ask about why you're there, right?
That's my testimony. I understand.
So, so you were under community supervision for a prior argument with your brother
Yes.
that turned physical, and you ended up stabbing him. He survived, of course. Then you were on the community, you were on probation, and you two, it's the same brother that you got into an argument with?
Yes. Yes, no. Same brother.
Okay. And then that turned physical also, and
No, it didn't turn physical. No,
Okay.
that's why when he read off the charge, I said, wait a minute, I didn't assault anybody, because when I got charged, it was just for a breach of peace, and my brother admitted that I didn't do anything. It was a lot of stuff going on with him at the time, and he needed my help. He asked me to come to my mother's house and help him because he was going through a bad breakup with his kid's mother, and I had to help him with my nephew and just get him, try to focus and get him right mentally. And I guess we had a spilling out in words, and that's why I said I learned to watch what I say, because words do hurt. And sometimes it's not the physical. Sometimes you can say something that hurts somebody bad. And I think that's what I did. I overstepped my boundaries verbally with what he was going through, and it escalated.
so your nephew is the one who I believe had called 911 a couple of times saying you guys were fighting, and so and I don't know who reported the glass bottle that
could have been something else, but you did not hit your brother with a glass bottle?
No,
And then try and get a knife?
No. And my nephew gave a statement to the court that, you know what I mean, my brother told him to call the cops, and so that's what he did. He had to honor what his father said, you know, he didn't want to do that, and no.
And so the argument wasn't over you using drugs in the house?
No, I never even heard that. The argument was over him because he was lacking on cleaning up. He takes care of my mother. He get paid to take care of my mother. I was doing it and I got tired of it. And I was like, man, you're lacking on the things that you were doing. I was already going through a situation where I was going to a drug program. He knew that prior to that. And that's the reason why he called the police. He said, I'm sending you home. And home to him was jail, because he told me prior when we had our first encounter that the only time he loves me is when I was in jail. Yes, I know it's a crazy relationship. I must admit, even now he's asking family members, "Oh, I miss my brother. I need him." He even told the prosecutor that, and my lawyer, he made statements before I got locked up. "Oh, I need him home," and was trying to get my time deducted because I could come home and help my mother, because I play a major part in my family. You know, I help mentally, cleaning up, physically, whatever I gotta do. I'm a family oriented person, so that's what I do.
I believe it is your brother who did say that you're a great guy and everything, and you're a wonderful person when you're not using, and that, you know, he wanted you to, you know, kind of get help, and I believe that was the case. So while you were on probation, you also were struggling, you were testing positive for PCP, right? And struggling to participate in substance abuse treatment. Can you talk about what happened in terms of your, like, what was your relapse prevention plan? What did you come out saying, I'm gonna do this, and then where did it fall apart?
Well, actually, I was doing great. I was doing real great. I was staying in Waterbury, and I was supposed to move to Kentucky. And I did the paperwork to move, transfer my stuff, my probation to Kentucky. I didn't want to go back to New Haven, but what happened was my niece that I was staying with, she was moving and she had to downsize, and so I couldn't stay with her no more. So I ended up transferring my probation to New Haven, only to go to my next court date to go to Kentucky. I went to Kentucky, but they never transferred the paperwork, so I had to come back from Kentucky to Connecticut, because I was in good standings and probation let me go to Kentucky. And so when I came back, I had to come back to New Haven, which I was struggling with housing and trying to find a place to stay. I was sleeping couch to couch, and I was very stressed out, and I must admit, and then I started indulging. I went back to, you know, self-medicating and being around the wrong crowds and stuff like that. Other than that, I was doing great.
Why did you have to come back from Kentucky?
Because they never transferred my probation. Like I filled out the paperwork in Waterbury, and they transferred me to New Haven because that's where I was going to stay with my mother only for a few until I leave to go to Kentucky. And so I wanted to spend some time with her. She said, well, you could just stay here until you get ready to leave. And, you know, so I went there to stay with her, and I went to Kentucky, and then I stayed down there. And then I kept calling up here and asked them, did they transfer? They said, oh, we're still waiting for the paperwork from Waterbury, but I filled out everything in Waterbury. I guess them in New Haven miscommunicated or something.
It's your mom who's in Kentucky?
No.
Sorry.
It was a friend of the family. My mom's actually, since I've been in here, she had 7 strokes right now, and she's suffering from dementia and stuff like that. And so, you know, it's really been hard on me. You know, I've been trying to hold up mentally, but it's really hard on me, you know.
So you think coming back to New Haven, you think what would have helped you to remain sober, you think, at that time?
If I had stable housing, and then, you know what I mean? I was sleeping couch to couch. Sometimes I didn't have anywhere to sleep. I mean, you know, and that plays a major part in your thinking and your actions. And I was choosing the wrong thing. I was out all night. I wasn't sleep deprivation. You know what I'm saying? Not sleeping right, sleep deprivation. I'm up, you know, just it's crazy because you can't live with certain people and they got doors and in and out all night. And then I find myself like, oh, forget it, you know?
Yep. Yep.
Losing the grip on myself.
That'd be very stressful. What do you think? So what could be helpful this time? How could we help you? What do you need in the community now when you leave this time that would hopefully create a better, more supportive environment?
Well, I have a better living environment with my auntie mommy. My aunt, she plays a major part in my life as far as me dealing with my mental health and, you know, in my growth, just in general as a person. And she offered, and she wants me to come stay with her, which I was staying with her before, and I was doing good there. And she just want me to come and be around her in a loving environment with her and my uncle, and just be around people that's supportive and change my environment. I don't need to be around people that is not good for me. And when I took the tier 2 program, the main thing he stressed to me that I took out of that program was, he specified it in a boxer's point of view, get your corner right. And that's what I have to do, get my corner right, you know, keep good people in your corner that's going to help you and be there for you. And so when you're around good people, you automatically start to do good things unless you just got bad in you, I guess. That's how I see it. Because every time I'm around good people and I'm doing good things, I'm good. I'm not around old friends or old habits. I'm doing great. As soon as I get around that environment, guess what?
Yeah, some things start to go downhill. Did you complete problem sexual behavior in the community, the program? Did you complete the problem sexual behavior program in the community at the connection?
I don't know. I know I completed it. I did it in Cheshire. Not Cheshire, Osborne.
Okay, so you did the facility, the prison-based one, but maybe not the one in the community?
No, I went to a mental health program that dealt with that stuff like that in West Haven and Cornell Scott. I'm dealing with the, yes, no.
And during the sense, you know, you do, as my colleague had mentioned, the risk of recidivate, you know, measures that we use, you do estimate high, very high to recidivate, and then also alcohol drug scores high, 4 out of 5. And you did complete tier 2, which is excellent during the sentence. You have no DRs during this sentence.
No, not at all.
That's good. You still do have addiction services and voices on your offender accountability plan. You have not been able to take it. Have you heard any update on those programs?
No, I filled out for them ever since I was in Cheshire, and even when I came here, I filled out for them, and I keep writing. I just wrote, and they gave me a letter back and said they give it to you as needed. That's what they tell you.
Yeah, and we do know that there's.
I wrote for NA and AA, and they said I have a better chance of getting on that list.
Okay, did you get on that, or are you still on the wait list for those?
Oh, I'm on the waiting list for those.
Okay, I think I'm all set with my questions. I really appreciate your answering for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Coy, your plan is to live with your aunt?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if she talked to the parole officer?
Oh, yes, she's been calling up there. She informed me that she called up there numerous times. I think she wrote a letter to you guys. I don't know. She said she was going to try to email you guys a letter and stuff like that, and trying to figure out ways to write. I gave her the information that I had on the letter that I got from you guys with the facts, information and stuff.
Yeah.
I gave it to her. So.
Okay, good. All right. So she's involved in all this.
Yes.
So it looks like your parole eligibility date is in November, but your end of sentence is just in February. And this is a flat sentence, so we're only talking about a couple months, you know?
Yes, sir.
So if you go to end of sentence, if that happened, you would still go live with your aunt?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I would actually try to go to Tennessee, to Kentucky.
Oh, I see.
I would try
Yeah.
to go, but I want to be up here so I can see my mom because like I said, I know it's a couple months, but she's not well at all.
Not well, yeah.
She's not well, so that plays a major part. Like she has 7 strokes and now she's suffering from dementia, so that plays a major part. And,
Have you ever taken an anger management program?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have? Because you have a lot, looking at your criminal history, there are a lot of assaults and threatening violations and the behavior just continued into this. I know your version, you described to us what took place, but I have to look at the official documents, and what it says here is different than from what you're saying, and you know that, right? That the police report is different from what.
Yeah, it's always like that. I get it.
Yeah, I get it.
Know that.
Oh, but that's why we ask you the questions, but.
Yeah, that's why I explained it. If you look at it, it was supposed to have been documented because I asked my lawyer to documentate that because he even gave statements to the prosecutor and my lawyer, and he was going to talk and communicate. And that's why I said, I'd rather know if you guys can check and investigate.
And it does say in here, like my colleague said, that the reason why your brother was arguing with you is because he said that you're using drugs in the house. That's what the report says. I understand that's not your opinion, and that's fine because we deal with this kind of thing all the time, and I understand you could just move your arm, the light will come back on. Should. There it goes. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, I'm just concerned. Do you think that in a difficult situation with family members, that you would be able to control your temper and have like a regular conversation to resolve a difficult situation without resorting to violence? There's just a lot of violence in your history,
Yeah, yes, sir. I have, like I said, I have changed my ways, and still in all, I'm not a controversial person, even though whatever's on my mitt, that's not me. Anybody that, if you know anybody, I've talked to anybody that know me, whether it's a CEO or anybody in my family, anybody, they tell you I'm a protector. I'm very calm. Yeah. I'm very respectful. I said, yes, sir, no, sir.
You've been like that the whole time during this hearing. I have no, I look at your criminal history, it's like I'm looking at the wrong person. I had to double check it a couple times.
It's funny you say that, right? I was in Project Moore, and the guy that run the program, he followed me around for 2 weeks, and then he said, you know what, they got you as he showed me, he brought me his office and showed me, they got you as an animal in here with your mental health. They say you up and down and stuff like that. It's just because when I speak with, I'm passionate. So if I'm upset, I let you know, but that don't mean that I'm violent, and I watch what I say because, words, like I said, words are power, and we put strength in the words. So I watch.
It's fortunate these things follow you around, though, so people see the records and then they want to know what's going on,
Yes, sir, you're right.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you answering my questions, speaking with me today. Let's see if my colleague has anything. Member Sarkar?
I think I'm set. Thank you.
Okay. We're all done with the questions, sir. So we're going to talk about your case now and deliberate. You can listen during this time, but please don't interrupt, okay? And then
yes, sir.
We'll come back and give you our answer shortly.
Okay.
Okay. Panel member Keys.
Difficult. He has a flat sentence, which is always concerning, and ends very soon, as you had mentioned. He does estimate it's very high in terms of his likelihood to reoffend. He does have a 4 out of 5 drug alcohol needs assessment. He did, however, as I mentioned before, complete Tier 2 and does not have DRs. He did struggle when he was lost in the community, and the 2 offenses, the underlying and the current, are of course very serious in terms of public safety. So I'm kind of stuck. So like your colleagues.
Yeah, so I hear you. That's where we're at. It's not easy. He sounds pretty good today. I want to say that before I get started on this. He said some good things, that he's changed his ways and he wants to do better. He talked about, focusing on his health, and he's made some major improvements in his life. So I give him a lot of credit for that. That's not easy to do, like you said. He does rate very high for risk of recidivate, and that concerns me because you look at his history, like I talked to him about, right? It's, years of assaults and threatening.
And he was on probation for assault, and it gets into, he says was an argument, the documents say something else. He was convicted of breach of peace, and it is with the same victim from before. So, unfortunately, I can't support his discretionary parole today. I understand he has completed that program. He hasn't had any disciplinary reports, but his record on supervision is not good, and he rates very high. And we're talking about 3 months. He really, would like to see him do some kind of anger management program, some way to show me that he's learned some kind of techniques. Besides, in addition to tier 2, maybe New Thoughts could have even done that. I don't know. Or alternatives to violence or something like that. But for today, for me, I'm not going to be able to support his discretionary parole, based on his criminal history and his poor performance while community release in the past.
This is 3 months, so yeah,
Member Sarkoff?
Chair, so I agree with you. For me, it's just too much of a criminal history. Every couple of years, there's either an assault, threatening charge, conviction.
Yeah.
And some of these are assault in the 2nd degree.
Yeah.
Or it's underlined assault in the 1st degree. He does sound, positive today.
Yeah.
Problem is that he seems to tend to get angry.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
That's what's going on here.
So I'm going to be in denial. He's almost done. Hopefully he can get his addiction under control, address his issues, and be successful in the community.
Are you okay with criminal history and poor performance while on community release?
Yeah.
Those two should be okay, right?
Yeah.
Are you on board with that?
yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. So he doesn't have any supervision to follow, but he does have his on for support. Sounds like he has somewhere to go in Kentucky also. So in regards to Christopher Coy, 261644, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history and his poor performance while on community release, which would include his current probation violations. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Coy, we were not able to grant you discretionary parole today. Sounds like you have a pretty good plan in place and people surrounding you for support.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't don't let this discourage you. It's just a couple of months,
Yes, sir.
Your criminal history unfortunately does follow you around and just a lot of
I know
assaults.
that. And you know what? And I can't change my past. Like I said, it's my testimony. I just gotta roll with the punches. But I appreciate you guys.
Yeah. And I believe you. I believe you that you're sincere, that you've changed your ways and you want. I believe that you want to do better. I really do, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Is that it? 6-1-6-1.
All right, you guys enjoy your day. God bless you.
Please.
Martinez, Felix.
Good afternoon. My name is Polk Williams. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board. Following board members are present this afternoon and my stated name of record, certified there with all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Alex Sarkoff.
Also president, the board psychologist. Please state your name and NB number for the record.
Felix Martinez, 339-398.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for parole application. Felix Martinez, 339-398. He is serving a sentence of 6 years for criminal possession of a pistol. As of state records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 19, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability claim for this offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has completed the following programs. No programs completed. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. There's also a static 99/3, which falls in the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you think you should be paid parole. You may begin.
Sir, would you like to give an opening statement on why you believe you deserve parole, or would you like us to start with the questions?
I think I'm a changed man now because I've been out of trouble for almost 2 years and a half, and I lost my brother through this process. So after 20 years, I really think I deserve parole because I haven't get no problems, and I want to be there for my kids and my nephews. My brother left me 4 kids, and I don't want to go back where I live from, Hartford. So that's why I put Norwich, New Haven.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good idea. A fresh start somewhere new, you know? I think that's smart on your part. Yeah.
I think I got a plan. I want to get my OSHA license for forklift and stuff. And I want to build something for the kids when I'm not here. Because I don't want to go back to Hartford. I'm going to come back to jail trying to get revenge. It's not going to happen, you know?
Okay. Okay, so what's going to happen today, sir, is we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer today.
All right.
I just wanted to talk to you about a couple things before I get started with my questions. Is that you have special parole running. You know that in the background? Do you understand that?
It still got special parole running?
Yeah, you do. It's from another case from before. That
Yeah,
special parole goes to 2032, May 25th, 2032. So this hearing today, I don't know if anyone's told you that includes that time. So we have to decide how much of that you should spend in prison. Do you understand that?
Yes.
We could say that you have to stay the rest of the time till 2032 today. We could say that. I want you to understand before we start what is at stake, okay? So we have to consider all of that and make a decision and a plan on how we're going to proceed after today, okay?
Okay.
All right. I don't want you to be surprised. I want you to understand what we're talking about. Why don't you talk to us about what you've learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
I learned how to have patience. Before I didn't have patience. And I've been working. My behavior, I've been trying to stay away from negative people.
Okay. That's all good stuff. Tell me about your job. You said you're working, right?
Yeah, I'm in a warehouse in the kitchen. I got a cooler and a freezer.
Have you worked on the outside? You had a job, it looks like in a warehouse at Trader Joe's in the past, right?
Yes, doing forklift and stuff.
Okay. So the work that you're doing now, is it similar to what you did in the past at all? Somewhat?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. And you think that's a line of work you can keep doing when you get out?
Yes.
Okay, good. And I heard you say that you want to get your forklift license.
Yeah, I want to get an OSHA. Soon I come out, that's my first 3 things. The OSHA, my license, and build my credit and get my permit. I never had that. I'm 36 years old. I never had that.
Still very young, so there's plenty of time, you know what I mean, to straighten this out, you know? Still young. You see people much older than you. So you have plenty of time. So you were arrested with a gun while you were on special parole.
Yeah.
And the previous charges, was that was a gun charge also?
Yes.
So why would you possess a gun while you're on special parole for having a gun?
Somebody was staring at me. I just went and grabbed it.
Okay. What if you're out in the community again? I heard you talk about not going back to Hartford, and I'm assuming that what we're talking about now is all part of that, with that decision. But what if you're in another part of the state and you feel threatened? What are you going to do in the future? How do you think you should handle this so that you don't get arrested again?
I'm gonna be like, you got it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna be a bigger person.
You understand you can never possess firearms again, right?
Yes.
These sentences are just going to get longer and longer, you know, every time you pick up another gun charge, you know.
My son is 16 years old. My other one's 13, and then my little brother, they killed him in Hartford. So
he left me 4 kids, so I just want peace and live with them and have fun. That's all I want. And
Yeah.
work.
And do family things with the kids, right?
Yeah, I lost my grandpa, my grandma, my brother, and now my cousin's wife. I hit and run in Hartford like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. So
I'm sorry to hear all that. That's not easy to deal with, especially in your situation inside, you know. How do you think you've changed since you've been in prison?
how I talk, I used to talk kind of from the streets. I changed my talk, how to talk perfect, like professional, respect. Show respect, you get respect.
Well, I could say that you're talking very well today. Your communication skills are good, you know. And how's your release plan different from the last time you were released from incarceration?
Because last time, I just want to keep going. Last time, I just wanted to be in the streets, keep doing what I was doing. Fast money, girls, whatever.
And now you don't feel that way anymore?
No.
You had a drug and alcohol score of a 4, and you have an addiction services program listed here for you to take, but you haven't had the opportunity to take it yet. Do you think something like that would help you?
I haven't do it because the only thing was new thoughts in my OAP and sexual behavior. I don't know why I still got that.
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah, because I got my.
I'm most concerned about the addiction services, to be honest with you, because you know if you can't find a way to stay sober in the community, it's going to be hard to do these other things that you're talking about with your family and everything else. You know, so that's got to be a priority. You know, it's got to be a priority.
My mom asked me the other day. She said, "You haven't done drugs or none of that." I said, "She don't want me smoking cigarettes." So I've been clean for over 2 years.
Good for you. That's a big accomplishment.
The last time I had a dirty urine because my brother turned a year dead, and I just did it just to do it. Yeah. But after that, I haven't done nothing. Like I don't need to. I don't need to.
You need to think about the people in your life that are important when those opportunities arise. You know what I mean? And try to muscle through it. You know, and then attending an addiction services program could give you some tools to deal with these kinds of things. So I think that would be good for you.
Yeah.
You received 2 disciplinary reports during this incarceration, but it's been over 2 years, so that's really good. You know.
Yeah.
You're doing something to avoid those. So
I was doing carpentry in Osborne, but they had somebody to move over to that jail, so I had a profile with him years ago, so they moved me over here. I don't know why, but.
Have they talked to you about being in any programs recently?
No, I wrote for over a year. I've been writing for New Thoughts, but they never said you on the list. They never got at me back.
Yeah, I would write again. Keep pushing and advocating for yourself. That's how you're going to get what you need. New Thoughts is a good program. A lot of people say good things about it.
I got a couple of certificates of some other programs out there at Osborne.
Okay. Do they ever talk to you about AA meetings or NA meetings or CCAR, any kind of addiction programs?
No.
You should try. See, because your score is really high. 5 is the highest score. You have a 4. So you need to address that before, so you're ready to be outside for challenges that you might face, you know?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have today, sir. I'm going to see if my colleagues have any questions, and then we're going to go from there, okay?
Yeah.
Member Sarkov.
I think you covered everything I have. Thank you.
Member Keys. Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, is there anything else? I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez, is there anything else you wanted to add before we start deliberating and talking about your case?
No.
Okay. So now we're gonna, you're gonna hear us talking about your case and deliberating. We'll give you an answer shortly. Please don't interrupt during this time. You can listen now, okay?
All right.
So, Mr. Martinez is here for, charge of criminal possession of a pistol. He's got a 6-year flat sentence. He also has special parole running in the background. Appears to be related to, just double check that, but it was actually, sexual assault, right? Yep, sexual assault. But then, after that, he picked up another weapons violation before this one. So this is the second one, it looks like while he was on release from the sexual assault, as far as I can tell here. He's had 5 opportunities on community release in the past and has unfortunately failed at all of those, you know? Today he's here and he said he doesn't want to live the street life anymore. Last time he left prison, he was, just thinking about fast money. He really wasn't taking it seriously, doesn't sound like, but now he is. Talked about the importance of family to him. I thought it was a good motivation for him going forward. He's been working in the kitchen, getting some additional employment skills. He's done warehouse work in the past. It sounds similar to what he's doing now. Picked up a couple of disciplinary reports, but it's been a couple of years since he's had any of those. The special parole that we talked about is running all the way until 2032. So I have his estimated end of sentence for this current charge is August 23rd, 2028. Then I have his special parole end date as May 25th, 2032. So we'll have to decide how we want to proceed. It's a concerning criminal history. A lot of, a variety of charges, larcenies of sexual assault, violations of probation, interfering, possession of drugs, a couple of weapons violations now. So, without the programs, I did not find him suitable today. I did hear him say some good things, though. He's rated very high for risk of recidivate. I would not want to cut into, in my opinion, into his special parole at all. I want to hear from my colleagues, but for today, I don't find him suitable for poor performance while on community release, adequate evidence of offender change in inadequate institutional program participation. And a letter of talk about.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I'm concerned with the 2 violations, special parole, both he possessed a weapon. Yes, certainly denial today. I want to discuss to deal with his special parole.
Okay, Councilmember Keys.
Yeah, I also don't know if Jack actually had the lack of participation in the social behavior program in the community and yeah, his having completed a successful community supervision period. I do hope he is, he does seem very emotional. I think he's motivated now, but it's difficult to get beyond all we have to get his evidence and it's difficult to get beyond that now.
Yeah, I do recognize he appears to have worked on his communication skills. He was well spoken today and he was able to articulate how he feels. And I believe his emotions that he displayed, I believe that's sincere. I believe he wants to change and doesn't want to be like this anymore. So I hope that he can do that and take some programs along the way. So I think what we need to do now is talk about these dates. So like I said at the beginning of the hearing, we can extend this all the way out until 2032. In my opinion, that's not based on what I heard from him today and his accountability and his remorse and his willingness to do better. It would be my suggestion that he go out to end of sentence August 23rd, 2028, his estimated end of sentence. I don't know if you guys feel differently, let me know.
I would agree with that.
Okay, and we have to set special parole conditions. I have no alcohol, I have a halfway house placement.
sexual behavior treatment in the community, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission. I have a number of victims there, 4, JN, VN, AE, JV. Anything else?
That's it.
Good. What are our reasons for? I have inadequate evidence of offender change. And I do hear some change in his voice. I just don't think it's risen to the level that would be acceptable for me for suitability. Inadequate institutional program participation and poor performance following community release, including all these special parole violations. Okay? Yep. In regards to Felix Martinez, inmate number 339398, and make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor performance following community release. They're going to move to set his release date to be at the current end of sentence, which is estimated at August 23rd, 2028. The following stipulations to apply to his special parole conditions. In addition to standard parole conditions, no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior, behavior management treatment in the community, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, no contact with victims, JN, VN, AE, or JV. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Martinez, did you hear all of that?
Yes.
I know it was a lot, and it's probably not the answer that you wanted to hear today. But all three of us did hear some good things from you today, and we could have gone to 2032, and we didn't feel the need to do that. I'm hoping that you could use this time that you have left to take some of these programs and just keep writing to them, and be prepared to go back out. You're still going to be on special parole, so another slip up is just going to be right back in. You understand?
I understand. I appreciate you.
All right.
Thank
We wish
you.
you the best. We really do wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This includes the AR.
Okay, in regards to Thomas Marcel, inmate number 387503. He was not available to participate in today's hearing, so I'm going to make a motion that we continue this case to a later date. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. 205.
Or Carl Rock. Today.